Good morning.
Morning.
Today is Tuesday, April 5th, 2022. It is now 9 o'clock, and I will call this meeting of the Custer County Board of Commissioners to order. And if you would please stand with me for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And Kelly, can you get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day.
Here.
Commissioner Panda.
Here.
Commissioner Flower.
Present.
Attorney Cliff Smith.
Here.
And clerk to the board, Kelly Camper, present.
Okay, audience introduction. Why don't we start in the front row, work our way back, and then back forward here if we can. Starting with you, sir.
John Cindy,
Scott Henshaw.
Ellen Wilcox,
Don Wilcox. James Gilbert. Gordon Greer.
Judy Greer,
Joan Wilcox. Joan Brodston.
Byron Brodston. Stephen Wilcox. Brandon Shaw. Steve Laswell.
Reggie Foster. Yes.
Kevin Smythe.
TC Smythe,
Deb Robbins. Leanne Bear. Leanne Montgomery. Liz Brandon.
Kitty Nutches,
Kayla Day.
Brady Wilson. And Sam Trevor.
Okay, and I'm assuming everybody got a chance to sign in on the sheet so that we have a record. So, and I think we missed you. You get to introduce yourself now.
Susan Henshaw.
All right. And then later on, if someone goes to speak, we will ask you to identify yourself again for the record. And thank you. Any amendments to the agenda?
None from me.
I do not. None here either. Okay. And we do not have any minutes today. Commissioner items. We'll start over here, Bill.
Okay, it's only been a couple of short days, but some pretty good progress at the airport. We'll hear more of today or tomorrow. The AWAS was certified by the FCC/FAA, so it'll start broadcasting as a formal real airport weather at the Silver West Airport. There's also progress with the weather camera grant that we got. So they're starting to pull contractors here, trying to get the stuff that's necessary for that. They'll talk about that tomorrow. And there's tank progress that I'm looking forward to seeing. The tank is going to be here sometime the end of next month. But we'll know more after they talk to us. Broadband wise, the fiber program that we're doing with two towns and the county, had a quick meeting, a status, quick update. We're going to try to schedule monthly PMRs, that's program management reviews, every month with the two towns and the county and anybody else that wants to come. Looking for the 13th after our BOCC meeting is the first one. If you want to write that down, I'll send a note to confirm that. And we'll get a status. Right now, we're moving forward. Hilltop is the partner, the contractor we hired. They are starting to hire people to drag fiber into the addresses in the two towns first, and then the outlying county addresses as we grow. So that started already, and they are also applying for new money on the new grants that are available. So we'll get an update on that on the 13th. And
have any idea where that meeting is going to be on the 13th? Not
yet. Probably be the West Cliff Town Hall. They like to volunteer. We can do it there, or we can discuss that. If you got an idea, you'd rather have it in another place. So, but I'll let you know. We'll plan on the town hall for now.
That's all. Okay. Tom.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Continue to work on getting a bid put together for new flooring in this courtroom. 1,600 square feet in here. So he's working on putting together a bid for us for that. And then also I'll be attending that Central Front Range Transportation Planning Region meeting today in Canyon City to look at the possibility of doing something out here on the sidewalk along the right of way for the highway. Find out how that goes. So got some other stuff, but it'll come up later in the agenda. Thank you.
All right. Couple of items here. I think one of them I saw last night. The other day we had spoke about putting that CDS funding on the agenda for today. I neglected to get that on. I did get it put on for tomorrow's meeting.
Which funding? I'm sorry.
The congressional.
Oh.
Direct deposit.
We also received emails from SCED on that, and so we can discuss that tomorrow. In one of the packets that I needed to sign for our AOP between the Sheriff's Office and Forest Service, it required Adobe. It did not come through as DocuSign. And we do not have Adobe on the county computers. What we have on Dorothy's computer and a couple others are off of private accounts. So I thought I would bring that to our attention. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I was told that it would be $30 a year for, that's enough for one account, which is enough for 2 computers. So I would like to get a couple of accounts if we could, so we're not using individuals' personal accounts on these computers.
Is that the account that allows you to interact with it and you can sign things?
Adobe, we had to go into Adobe. We use Dorothy's computer, which has a.
No, I understand that, but I'm asking, so what do you get for $30?
You get the Adobe software for your computer, which does allow you to go in and do that. And a lot of programs used to come Adobe.
The reason I'm asking, I asked Vernon and Jordan, I don't know, a year ago or so, because that is a problem. And he said that the account costs so much that it didn't seem to be worth it because they have the ability to hear that, doing that kind of thing. I like the idea of having it, the more of it, if it's that cheap.
So, and I may be mistaken on that cost, but I had heard it cost about $30 a year per account.
Good deal.
Maybe we can speak to Vernon when he is available to find out on that.
We can do that tomorrow.
Okay. Maybe we can visit with him then.
Yeah, I'd support doing it. We need to be able to function, so.
Even if it costs more.
And then I would like to visit, I think we might need to put an agenda item on in regards to the county credit cards. We're still experiencing issues with those. I'm almost of a mind to where we just cancel these out and look at some other solution, because this has been an ongoing problem since we set these up. And it seems like we get one problem solved and we have another one crop up. So
on mid-month.
You gentlemen are good with that? I'll put it on the mid-month.
Sure.
Okay. And that's all I have this morning. Clinton, do you have anything for us, sir?
Yes, I worked on a proposed resolution modifying an earlier resolution that was adopted by the BOCC. This resolution is concerns, excuse me, tentatively what we're going to call primary points of contact, and I believe it's on the agenda for tomorrow for consideration. I also we obtained a suggested code of conduct for Board of County Commissioners. And I took that and tweaked it a little bit. It came from CTSI from Dennis Hunt. And I had proposed a resolution for that, and that's also on the agenda for tomorrow. Yesterday, I attended the Planning Commission workshop. There was a moratorium placed on any new STR permits being granted, short-term rental permits, until we could kind of tweak some of the problems that had appeared. And we had a very good workshop with all the members of the Planning Commission in attendance and worked through it. It was about a 3.5 hour session. And actually, it was scheduled for today also for further work on it. We actually got it all done yesterday. So now that'll be put together. And I also discovered just recently that the Colorado State Legislature changed the law regarding penalties for zoning, building and zoning resolutions at the county level. We don't have a building code. We obviously have zoning regulations. So I'm going to have to redo that whole section of the zoning resolution to adopt the penalties that have been prescribed by the Colorado legislature. And I'm working on that. And that's all I have to report today.
Thank you, sir. I'm looking for Dorothy. There you are. I had too many heads between you and me. Nothing today?
Nothing.
Okay. I thought I saw you shaking your head. All right. That brings us to the point where we open it up for public comment. And this would be for anything that's not on the agenda for today. So if anyone has anything they would like to bring to us at this time, please feel free. Do we have anybody online?
We do.
Okay. All right. That will take us to our staff reports.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
How are you?
Good. How are you all?
Good to see you, man.
Good to see you too. Glad you're here. Glad to be here. Didn't get blown away this morning, so that was why. That's a good
live on
day.
the west side of the valley.
Yeah, all in the way. Terrible. All right, so finance and HR this month. First of all, a quick update from, I guess it was last week. There is the scale house allocation for Black Hills. We did look into that, and that was misaccounted. So that's been changed and everything's good to go. So thank you. I think that's a good reason why we have those reviewed, is to make sure that things that slip by are caught somehow, because six eyes software problem that duplicated it, or it just was the wrong number keyed in. Missed on our side. So that's been fixed. So thank you for that. Also, we voted on the IRS mileage rate increase, which was from 56 cents per mile to 58.5 cents per mile for this year. So those forms went out yesterday for everybody. That way, there's a new form that automatically calculates that, and any mileage that you have, you just put in the mileage, and then it'll say this is how much you get. So that's going to be proper documentation for our reimbursement invoices for any sort of travel. Again, I'll just reiterate, if anybody's done that on the old rate, and we will make that up to January 1st of this year. So something else that Lisa and I have both been doing is this CGFOA trainings. That's the Colorado Government Financial Officer Association, is that acronym. And they have been doing some trainings on governmental accounting, finance.
So we went to, it was four classes, each 4 hours long, and some really good information there. And so I think that's a good showing of this association has been worthwhile. I went to their annual meeting in November of last year. And so far it's been very beneficial for the office. So just wanted to give an update on that. That's really helping and gaining a broader understanding of how our funds work and our finances. So a little bit of an update on Irs penalties. So I mentioned last time that we were getting those penalties. I went ahead and reached out to the IRS again because I've submitted an appeal. I submitted an appeal February 15th, and they have yet to receive that, or if they have received it, it hasn't been processed yet. He couldn't tell me that for sure. So I sent another appeal yesterday, and I'll just keep sending appeals and keep calling until we get something going there. But there was a comment made in the newspaper, one of the newspapers here, that I had stated that this has been going on for years. And I just wanted to state for the record, as I believe I did before, that it is not. This has just been since I've come on. So Donna Hobby, John Paquette, anybody else that's been involved in this has had no place in what's been going on here now. So again, just to make sure that everybody's aware that this is an issue that started when I started from a misunderstanding, and not anything that any predecessors have done.
Thank you.
We've updated our office space. I think most everyone here has seen that. So it's looking a little less dungeness in my jail cell, and a little bit more where we can actually have some meetings and somewhat of some privacy. And I feel like that's been going well and is making better use of the space. So
Find room for a geranium.
We're hoping to put something in there that's alive. I don't just quite cut it all the time, but so that's been a nice space to have, and more productive, I think. We're done with Q1 as of this last month, and so I wanted to do a Q1 review with you all, and I'm hoping to do that with each of the departments as well. I wanted to see what you all thought as far as what would be the best way to do that. I would assume a workshop that would be separate, just to kind of go through and spend some more time on the numbers. As much as I know the public loves hearing about all the numbers, I would rather they go to sleep some other way. So if there's any suggestions,
some days that you think you would like to do it.
Okay.
Let's see what we can do.
Okay, so I'll shoot you all an email then, and we'll plan on probably later this month or early next month at the latest to go over some of that, if that sounds okay.
Good idea.
Lastly, I have an updated Custer County organizational chart. I sent this out by email, PDF, yesterday, but here is a physical copy. It's color coded for your enjoyment.
Very handy.
And I'll leave one. If anybody else wants one, or if we want, I know we talked about putting this up in the hall. I've also thought this might be good to print out on the plotter to where it's maybe even a little bigger. That seems to be fairly legible, but something we can hang out in the hall. That way everybody can see kind of how everything breaks out. This is a little different than from what we had before. I think it's good to add all of the elected officials, and that's kind of how it's broken down. We have our county, we have the elected officials, we have the departments that those elected officials oversee, and then we have what that is made up of. And so whether that's employees or a volunteer board, or it's just, for example, a representation on a board. like if one of you serves as a representative for Sangre de Cristo Electric or something like that, it shows it that way. So I think this is a little easier to read and helpful, hopefully, in people being able to see how the county is broken up.
Very good.
And then would we be sending at least a copy to each department for the department heads? So
yes, yep. If you guys are okay with that, and I know this is something that's on the agenda for tomorrow, as far as that interacts with this in some way. I guess maybe it would be best to wait until after tomorrow to make sure that this still stands, and then get it out to everybody after tomorrow's meeting.
One good thing, you can have it troubleshot by sending it out. Somebody may see something that should have been on there is taken off. So sure. It might be a good idea. Put it out.
Okay.
My view.
Okay. Then I will send that out right after this, if that's pleases the board.
Mr. Chair.
yes, sir.
Yeah, I've got a suggestion. I'd like to see us add the Custer County Recycles on this as well. And I would certainly like to be the point of contact for that group.
And that is considered, they have their own board. You would be a representative to.
Yeah, they do not have their own board. I'm going to recommend that they do that. We're in that transition mode right now because high country recycling is heavily involved. But once we get Custer County Recycles up and running, I think it would be appropriate for them to have a board. That committee is made up of various people, both from high country recycling and others. So I'd like to see that get a little more formalized as we move forward. But I think it would be good to have that on this list as a department. We're funded. We have budget items for that. And they all agree that when we are up and running, high country recycling needs to be a separate entity from Custer County Recycles. So that would be my request. I don't know if I need to make a motion to that effect or what, but
probably at some point, if you're happy with it until they grow, I would suggest it's good to have Tom leading it, and I would, if there is a board, then the manager for the landfill ought to be on that board because it impacts the work.
I think it fits in with some of the other that you're on anyway. So
I don't see any reason why not.
I would be good with it. I don't know that we'd actually need a motion on that.
By consent, that's fine. It's up to you guys.
Yeah. The only other thing I might see would be under the coroner, because there is a deputy coroner as well. I didn't know if you needed to have that on there.
It's a volunteer position.
Yeah, right now it's just a contract position, so I haven't been including contract employees or contract 1099 workers on there. But we could certainly do that either way.
No, that makes sense. I did not know that's how that was set up.
Okay.
Would we separate the land? So it's landfill and recycling right now. We would just have landfill as a department, and then would it be the name Custer County Recycles? Is that?
Yeah, I wondered about that. I've been giving that some thought. Certainly, I think landfill could be its own department, and then we don't really have a lot of names on here, so we could just call it recycling. Okay, as far as I'm concerned about it.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right, I'll make that addition.
And then in your box under the sheriff as administration, is that what we would consider the sheriff's office?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. Right now we've split that department out as of this year. So instead of just everything being under either the sheriff's office or the jail, it's now 3. So it's kind of the administrative side the patrol side and the jail side, which is really being helpful and keeping better track of everything over there.
And the K9 is part of the patrol.
Yes, correct. Anything else on org chart?
No, the only thing that kind of a tickler here, Kit Shy, I think, is retiring from the and we're going to have to start considering looking for a surveyor for the county.
Okay,
sooner than later.
Yeah, the state legislature is looking at a bill that would allow counties to 1099 contract surveyors as well. So let's see how that goes.
Okay.
So get his job description going.
Yeah, okay. Right, if there's nothing else there, Commissioner Dave mentioned the credit card, the credit cards, the infamous credit cards. And so I just would speak to that real quick. They have been a mess, horrendous since we inherited them when I came on, and little by little we've moved away from things not getting posted to the wrong accounts and a bunch of late fees. But now the issue that we've created in that is that we now have a consolidated bill, which has a consolidated limit. And that's what's causing a lot of problems now, because those limits were not set in a way that if somebody reaches their limit, it's still within the county limit. All the individual limits added together equal way over what the county limit is, which is causing some issues. Nothing is quick, nothing is easy as far as getting that stuff straightened out. I would certainly take the direction of you all on what you think there. I think credit cards, while convenient, pose a lot more risk than actually getting an invoice and sending out a check. And it certainly creates a lot more headache right now for departments as well as my office in trying to make sure that gets straightened out. So not looking for any decision, but did want to just put my 2 cents in, and we can talk about more about that.
We need to have some time to do it right.
Yeah.
Because I'll tell you, it's like getting an invoice for a hotel room before you have it to go get it reimbursed. One thing, travel. The other one was, I know Vince was out getting something, I forget what he brought, and put his own money into it to get it up here.
Yeah.
And that's got to stop.
Yeah. So I think, that's one option, is looking at a reimbursement type system where we clearly lay out what that needs to look like in the event that you can't get an invoice or purchase order for that. And then the other thing would be working on a new system, which is where we're getting to. It's not going quick enough for me with this current company. And I think we've given them enough chances. So we're going to start looking at maybe some other options there. I know having a card that is specific to a department and says tax exempt and as opposed to individual names and then having to provide the tax exemption separately, it would be beneficial to move to something like that if we continue to stick with it. But that's just some more information on that, and we'll consider that further. I'll try to get some other options figured out by the mid-month meeting. Hopefully other companies are quicker than this one. So good.
Yeah, I really think it's a company issue. It's not a process issue. I mean,
yeah,
there's no reason that we cannot have credit cards in this county. It's ridiculous to ask people to pay for fuel, motels, meals when they're traveling on county business out of their own pocket and then go through that reimbursement process. Ridiculous. So I know Kelly and I both, I think, have encountered issues trying to use a credit card that did not have our names on them. That's why we went with individual credit cards with people's name on them, so they get out of state somewhere and on business, I had one turn me down and say, I'm sorry, we can't take that credit card. It doesn't have your name on it.
Okay.
Very frustrating. And we can certainly amp up the frustration level if we invite you. I agree.
It is.
Becoming unmuted. I can't keep her muted. Just on.
Sherry, you want to speak to that?
Who is that?
Elizabeth Green.
Beth Green. You're not muted at this time, and we're catching everything from your speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so you're going to give us some options. I know it's possible, Air Force, I did it, Lockheed Martin, et cetera. You can get a credit card as a company credit card with your name on it. And you just got to have a big enough limit so that you account for that.
Right.
In case it, so you'll be able to find that.
Yep.
I think maybe some of the larger purchases might need to be invoiced rather than bought on a credit card too. So,
and there's not good policy on that right now, which I think is part of the issue. When there's a large chunk dropped at either the sheriff's office or the IT department, which tends to be the case, that kind of throws everybody else in a tizzy. So
maybe you can research that a little bit before I think that went on mid-month.
Yep.
Maybe have some suggestions for us by then.
Okay, that sounds great. That's all I have.
Thanks.
Questions for me?
I think not.
Unless you want to be tortured.
Well, I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate it.
Vince, you're up.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
How are you?
Right, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. Good to do, man.
Thank you.
Did you go swimming yesterday, pushing snow, or did you?
Yes, good moisture. Kind of tore up our roads, but the guys are working on them today.
Well, they healed up real quick, didn't they?
Yep.
Really dried up.
So how is everything going?
Good. Just waiting on the chipper to get here. And
I see once you started trying to pour cracks at
yeah, we're working,
right
had some holes today and crack sealing the roads. Chip sealing is in the air because of the price of the oil. Current day price is $3.99 a gallon right now today. So chipping is still in the air.
That makes it go up pretty good.
Yes.
I see on your report a new cattle guard on 271.
Yes.
Is that replacing or installing?
Putting a brand new one in.
Where is that?
Off of Highway 96, as soon as you turn on the County Road 271, it's narrow and we can't keep it together. It keeps breaking. So we're going to put a 24-footer in.
Oh. There's one there now currently?
Yes.
Yeah, so it's a replacement. Okay.
As soon as the weather gives us a break. And then we're going to start prepping the roads get ready for MAG. That's what the guys are working on.
Yeah, I've been getting a lot of calls on potholes.
Yeah, the guys are working on them.
I personally have a busted rim too.
Yeah, they're on Hermit today and Macy.
Yeah, it was Herman and Macy up Warren too.
Yep.
How's your new graders working?
They're fine. They already got over 100 hours on them.
They look good. Look at machines. And who's on those? What operators?
Scott Camper and Darren.
Any issues?
No issues so far.
Well-oiled machine. All right.
Yeah.
I think some of the The two issues we had last month, I think, are pretty well worked themselves out. Yeah. I think Clint was taking care of one, and the other one has decided to change his access point.
Yes.
So there's going to be two driveways up there by 222. The County Road 222 will serve as a driveway.
It'll be private to go to the dock at the lake.
And
he's going to put his own private driveway in off of 220.
And Volk will use 222, right? Yeah. As a driveway.
Yeah.
So can we consider that issue resolved from your
Yes.
standpoint? Good.
All right, yeah, and I think Clint addressed the other one, so I think it's resolved as well. So that's good news.
The only one we got to contend with is County Road 310 east of Waikago. New subdevelopment going in. The gentleman, when he come in a couple of weeks ago, wanted to put gates in, and that's not going to work. We got to maintain that road. He's going to have to put cattle guards in.
And your cost of fuel?
Fuel is up. Right now, fuel for the county is $4.23 a gallon to the county today.
And gasoline?
$3.90.
And your fuel consumption, is that truly diesel fuel or is that both?
Diesel fuel.
That's just diesel fuel?
Yes.
6,000 gallons.
And when we do maintenance on the roads this summer, the graders will be parked at the guys' houses so we don't road them back and forth. Save on fuel and tire wear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not a long way, but I made the offer before and would do it again if we need to park a blade or any equipment there in my driveway. You'd be more than welcome to do that.
Because tires for a grader right now are $1,600 a piece.
Mm-hmm. And the tread front and rear is the same on those, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It gives you more grading time as well.
Yes.
If you can park them where you're at.
Yeah. So Clint would probably make the same.
Sounds good.
Right.
Okay.
Nothing else?
Nothing else.
Thanks, Vince.
All right. Thank you.
Good job. I don't care what Kevin said.
Okay. Thank you. See you later. Yeah. See you later.
Still a nice hat.
Yeah.
They do park at Jim's place.
Yeah. Jared out there.
Is Jared here by chance? I don't see him out in the hall.
Shoot him an email.
If you don't mind, real quick.
I meant to go talk to him yesterday and I just never gone over there. So
He may not have, well, he sent his report though. Is Guinevere out there by chance then, while we're waiting on him?
He's gonna have to line them both up. Jared's coming. There he
Oh,
is.
there he is.
Way to go, Jared.
His ears were burning. Sorry, Vince wouldn't talk.
I wanted to make an introduction.
Yes, right.
Just roll in.
disregard my last email, would you?
Yeah.
I just sent you an email. So
did you?
disregard.
That's assuming I read my emails.
Yeah. How are you?
Good. How are you all?
Doing well.
We got your report.
Yes, sir.
So looks like your telephone calls went up. So you getting spring fever out there?
I think so. It's definitely busy. I know usually I don't have a whole lot to report to you all. I'm kind of in and out. I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't spend a little bit more time on some things. It hasn't been a great month for the office over there. We had a veteran commit suicide last month, and we have another veteran that is pretty close to being homeless at the end of this month. And we still have one other homeless veteran that I had made you all aware of prior, and that makes 4 that I've had in less than a year that I've been here. And I hear, veteran population statistics thrown around quite a bit for different things throughout the community, grant applications, and I'm guilty of it as well. And dare I say, to the point of almost being, exploitation of veterans. And so I would just, ask you guys to take that to heart and maybe determine what your roles and responsibilities are in trying to address those issues. I don't have it, and it might even be an issue that's unsolvable. It might just be a societal issue, but I think we owe it to our veteran community to at least try and address some of these issues. And they're hard and they're difficult, but you all hired me to kind of give you the pulse of that veteran community, and
Right, and maybe you can give us, anytime you can pull together some options, what are some high priority things?
Yeah,
Thoughts?
yeah, and it's tough, right? I mean, anytime we're trying to solve, a better,
Yeah, and I don't want you to solve
issue.
it. What is that issue, and is it how does it fit in the big picture?
Yeah, and I mean, and I just bring it up. I mean, I could name off 8 to 10 people right now that are one step away, and I just want the community and the county to continue to be a haven for veterans where we can not only live but thrive at the same time. And I think I personally owe it to those guys to do everything within my power to try to address that. And part of that is just making you all aware of some of those issues that I'm facing.
So Jared, I got a couple
Yes,
questions for you, specifically about the homelessness. Do you see that being primarily veterans living out in the county, in the rural part of the county, or in the 2 municipalities in county as well, or?
Mostly outside of municipalities. There are a few that I could name that, are basically homeless within the 2 communities, one in Westcliff and one in Silvercliff. I mean, technically they do have a roof over their head, but it's obviously very precarious for them. I mean, even with just a rise in gas prices, I get calls from people that, hey, I can't even make it into town. That can you come to me? So.
And my second question is, do you have any sense of some funding that might be available to help construct I don't want to really call it a veterans home, but veterans housing?
It's a great idea. I've talked to Jackie Hobby about it a little bit, just kind of in passing and throwing some things around. The funding is always hard. I think anytime you start talking about funding for veteran specific populations, that's a saturated market. And there's a lot of different organizations that help veterans. And so sometimes it's hard to compete for that money. I think I could probably find it if I hit the ground hard enough.
There's some, I don't know that it's dollars are available, but surely there's federal programs designed to do that kind of thing. But I was thinking a 10 or 15 unit veterans housing facility.
And there are other communities that do that, and transitional veteran housing of a stopgap just from A to B, just to help somebody get on their feet. And maybe it's an individual that just needs some help filing for some VA benefits, or connecting them to the resources that they have. But in order for me to do that, I mean, that's a 6 or 8 month process to go through all of that. And what do I do during that 6 or 8 months?
I was thinking more long term.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I think that it's worth a discussion. I mean, I just think the fact that, I've encountered 4 homeless veterans in less than a year, and statistically speaking, if you were to look around, that's probably fairly low. However, call me naive or whatever. I think one homeless veteran is too many. I think we owe it to those guys and gals to do anything that we can to address that as a community, and then be a leader for other rural communities that face the same problems. And most of the time, those homeless veterans just won't stick around. They might come in and then they're going to move on to another county, and they're going to continue to just get pushed out and pushed out and pushed out. And I've seen it in Mountain Valley after Mountain Valley of, veterans getting pushed out.
How would you rate our transient nature here?
It's hard to tell, with the people that I interact with. I would say it's fairly high. I get some people that are only here for a little while, or, I've had people live in their cars, live in their vans, live in their RVs, and then, can't get out of town because they can't afford gas, or the RV breaks down. And we try to do what we can through the limited funding that we have through that office, but it's obviously it's an uphill battle.
Yeah, Jared, I think we have, all the counties have these issues, and most of them have a veteran's home quote or whatever it is to get to a transition kind of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe it's best, and we're looking at you to be our leader to go figure out what's the right thing. But we have a book that has all the counties listed and all the phone numbers. Might not be a bad idea to get a couple examples on what grants they got, what kind of a housing they've got.
Yeah.
Come to us, because sitting here right now, we haven't got the answer, of course.
No.
So we need the data, and it's good to know that you're watching, because and people understand and we can help figure it out.
Yeah.
So the sooner we do that, the better. Summer's coming, so it's going to be a little easier.
Yeah. And it's not a referendum on anybody. I think it's just, like I said, I would feel remiss if I didn't bring it up and say, this is my.
So I'll give you my
perception.
And you can.
Yeah. And I think in a lot of those other counties, and I can funnel people, right? I mean, we have some connections in El Paso County and Denver County. They obviously have more resources. But I get a lot if people that go like, yeah, I came here for a reason, and I don't really want to leave. I'd like to stay here. And it's just
try to accommodate them if you can.
I do. And it's heartbreaking to try to go like, yeah, I'll do everything I can to find you a house. But I'm one man sitting in an office, and it's hard. Yeah. It's demoralizing at times.
Would transportation rank up there with housing or food, or what would you?
Yeah, I mean, transportation is obviously a big issue as well. And I think just living in a rural county, that's always an obstacle that we're going to face. And I think as the VA continues to chip away at rural resources, and closing certain clinics and not expanding community care, that becomes harder for people to be able to access those resources to drive to Pueblo or to drive to Denver or Colorado Springs. That's a really big ask for a lot of our vets to drive to Denver.
Right.
Do you have a question for?
Oh, I just had a comment. Jared and I work together on firewood.
Absolutely.
So we've kind of got a good thing going. And my suggestion is there's so many residents of our county that care about this issue. Like we can come up with all kinds of pie in the sky solutions right now. Like people want to help.
Yes.
But veterans really struggle with accepting help. So they want to be the one helping. So maybe we could put something together where they're helping get the firewood, they're helping cut it, they're helping stack it. They have skin in the game, they feel better. Everything is up from there because they're part of the solution. And maybe we could have a meeting, I don't know, in a month or whatever. I'll host at my house, wherever, and you are the leader. You ask all the residents to come that care. Everybody comes with ideas, solutions, and we whittle it down via you.
It's a hand up, not a handout.
Absolutely.
That's what a lot of us want, is just a purpose again. And and thank you, and your husband for all that you guys have done. And everybody in the community is like that. Like I've never encountered anybody in the community that doesn't want to help. And I guess that's why I bring it up, because to me, it's a solvable issue, and other communities haven't been able to do it, but I think that this community can, and it should. Like we owe it to to these guys and gals
in 3 days.
to do it. We did. We did. You're heating lots of houses right now. And that's huge. Like you would think it's just firewood, but like that's massive.
So let's keep it going. We'll have a meeting. You announce.
Okay. Yeah.
So Jared, you mentioned that you're one guy in an office. Are you enough for our county?
Honestly, no, not with the level of veterans that we have here and the level of veterans that need help. Absolutely not. I mean, I could work 80 or 90 hours a week and I would still have people fall through the cracks or phone calls that I can't get back to. You know, it's an impossible task.
So we got to have some options then, Jared, and she's got a great idea of getting people together because the brainstorm, come back and let's see.
And I think it's going to take
hiring somebody.
It's
grant.
It's going to take a coordinated community effort. I mean, it's not just my responsibility. It's not just that's you all's responsibility. I think that it's everybody's responsibility.
And so if we're going after grants, there's grants to hire people as well, or whatever. And we can change our budget too.
Yeah.
So we just got to know.
Yep. And grants, I mean, all of that is great, you know, it is, but sometimes when I'm so underwater with stuff, I mean, I use the analogy of like, it's working in the business, not on the business, and just taking care of like the day-to-day stuff of people coming through the door. Like, unfortunately, it's hard for me to look out a month or 2 weeks of what I'm going to do. I have ideas, but sometimes they don't always materialize just as a result of the immediate work.
Busy putting out fires.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and then you just kind of stay one step behind the problem as opposed to getting out in front of it.
I mean, we're a ways off from October, but maybe you should consider putting together a proposal for another employee. We'll look at it at budget time.
Yeah. I mean, even just a part-time.
Yeah. It's easy to
figure out what you can want.
Provide a lot of lip service about this veterans issue in our county. I think we almost wear it as a badge of honor that we have a lot of them, but I don't see that we're doing a whole lot about it other than paying your salary. So
yeah, and we do. I mean, I'll push back. We do. I mean, I think the community does a lot. You know, I try to do a lot. I think you all care a lot, but can we do more? Absolutely, and we probably always can do more. And you know, we should never be content with how we're treating vets. We should always be trying to strive to do a little bit better. But I do think it can be a model for other counties that deal with it, because you know, most veterans live in rural counties throughout our country. So and unfortunately, we don't get a lot of the resources that the bigger cities and municipalities get to deal with those. You know.
Yeah. Well, I would move that we approve the veterans report for March.
I'll second it.
Yeah, a motion on the floor and a second discussion. I do have one out here. Go ahead, please.
Well, instead of an employee, when that position came open and I checked into it, you have to be a veteran to have this position, but could we have volunteers? I volunteered at the gym, and I imagine there'd be a ton of people that would love to help volunteer in some way or another. And couldn't we do it by volunteerism instead of an employee? Or
you could absolutely do both, or start with a volunteer and go from there. Maybe work into a position. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, you certainly, it ain't going to hurt our feelings for you to find some volunteers to get into your office.
Yeah.
And the more you get, the better. Mm-hmm. And we can move with whatever bigger picture money wise.
Yeah, absolutely. If anybody's a really talented grant writer and has a lot of time, there you go.
Yeah, Dorothy's going to be one.
All right.
Are you still looking for comments?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to add that with the local veteran service organizations, a little bit more might also help, because I know they would love to help.
Okay, and could you identify yourself, please?
That's Tracy Ballard.
Okay, thank you, Tracy.
And yeah, just to piggyback on that, yeah, I mean, the Legion does do a lot, you know, anytime that I've ever asked for money or funding from them, they've always, they've always stepped in. So it's not that any organization isn't doing it. I think that we can all do better, right? Including myself.
Well, we appreciate your efforts, man. It's a tough road.
Very much so.
I just hope that beard doesn't start turning gray.
It's getting there.
Once the weather warms up, I'll take care of it. But right now it's too functional. Thanks, sir.
Well, I don't mind it being there. I just don't want to see your job turn into gray. That's all.
I was gonna shake right after we voted, but I'll go,
Oh, okay. I will
call that vote.
Sure.
All those in favor of accepting the report from Jared as presented, signify by saying aye.
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 Just gotta run everything a certain way, don't you?
Well, yeah.
Better, that's what your job is. Oh, gosh. Sorry. Thanks.
And this is, let's see.
4 or 5. Years running away already.
Yes, it is.
Crazy.
There you go, sir.
Again, y'all have it tomorrow, Friday.
Now we have Guinevere.
Looking for Guinevere. Is she in the hallway?
I'll go get her.
Thank you.
Thanks.
That's our intercom. So agenda-wise, if you don't have it, we're on Guinevere Extension Office, then Planning and Zoning, and then we'll start with new business.
We've got it down.
Did we receive anything from Guinevere?
No,
I didn't think so.
she sent an email, said she did not. Well, I take that back. She sent me an email last night, said we had a little issue at her.
Really?
She didn't get her reports. Yeah, I guess she had a little grease fire or something in the kitchen. Said the kids were pretty.
You know, those kitchen fires are bad. I understand.
I'm not going to bring that up publicly, but
that's just
yeah, I wonder about veterans mobile. When we get it.
While we're waiting on Guinevere, I will call a short recess and we will reconvene in a is the Extension Office.
I know Guinevere's here.
I am here. I was expecting a phone call. I was going to come down at 10. Didn't know which one to do.
Yeah.
Hi. Hi. Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Not very good.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm sure you've seen on Facebook and things, the state has identified an avian flu. We are going to attend a webinar later today to give you guys some more information on that. At this time, all poultry related events and for 4-H and extension are halted. That doesn't really affect a lot of us here, but we will be talking about that at the next fair board meeting. State Fair has already canceled their poultry portion. So kind of seems like maybe they know something we don't, but that's all the information we have. It's canceled for the next 90 days. I'm not sure if I said that already. So
it must be pretty legit in some circles anyway.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Wild geese. Who knew that they were?
Can't hear with the avian flu.
Yeah. Sorry, it's hard to. I'm a quiet speaker anyway. So, an avian flu has within the state has prompted the Department of Ag to put a moratorium on all poultry related events. So 4-H and Extension will not be hosting those. And State Fair has already canceled their portion of the poultry piece of the competition. So, so here I have a letter for you. This is going to, oh, yours is, you're welcome. Oh.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Within here, it says that I have been offered a position as the Douglas County Extension Director. So I am resigning as the Custer County Extension Agent. I will start up there in May 31st. So I'm looking at the 20th or 27th of May for my last day. So Extension is a very challenging job. And I do want to thank you guys for your continued support of this position. I've enjoyed the relationship and support that you've continually provided for me. This is a huge learning curve, and it is made easier by you guys being advocates for the position. So I hope that you guys will continue that in this as the transition occurs. And Tom, I just wanted to say thank you so much for all the support you provided. And Kelly also, she used to work up there too, so she's been a big help to me. Caitlin Womack will continue as the 4-H coordinator, and I have all my confidence in her that she will continue to bring the 4-H members through county fair successfully. My colleague in Fremont County has offered to assist for county fair, should you guys not have a director in place at that time.
That is.
Got a name? Jeremy
McNeely. He's amazing and will be a great support and asset to you. There are some action items in the second page.
Don't care about those.
Wow. What we do need to have happen up there in the time between now and then is we need to have a county staff member added to our Custer County Extension bank account, just so we can have 2 signers. Caitlin will be on that account. And then traditionally it's been Kelly, but if you would like to serve in that, that would be great. But if not, we would love to find somebody else. I would like to ask that someone from HR and finance assist the office with bookkeeping, employee leave approvals, and department oversight, if that's an option. We will need somebody to oversee the cost share weed reimbursement program. This means contact for questions. We do have that equipment rental and return program, and then reimbursements for submitting those to finance for their approval to get that money back. And then just in general, the fair board will need some support, whether it's just getting out there and advocating or anything that they need to make sure that that's successful. That is primarily it. And I just wanted to say thank you guys. I have really enjoyed serving Custer County. Looking forward to being closer to family And this provides an opportunity to grow in running a larger extension office and really working to bring extension and its programs to both rural and urban communities.
Not really the letter.
I
mean, I hope we're making you feel very welcome here and all that, but.
No, not really with the face, but I appreciate the sentiment.
Well, I would move that we authorize Kelly Camper to be a signatory on that extension bank account.
I'll second.
The bank is
Kirkpatrick.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to authorize Kelly to be added to the Custer County Extension Bank account at Kirkpatrick. Discussion on that.
Thank you, Kelly, for being willing to do that.
Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And Caitlin's also a signatory on that.
We approve those minutes.
And if I may, sir.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I wonder on the cost share thing, if we move that to Charles' responsibility. I don't know. I mean, I know it's not going to be very convenient to have to reach out to somebody that's out of county, but really I would think that would fall within that job description.
At one point, you guys had Tina kind of overseeing those requests from the county side. Do you think that Dorothy would feel comfortable in that role? Sorry to put you on the spot there. Sure. I can go over the process and things.
Yeah, I would support if she's willing, at least to be a contact person, but to deal with the equipment and all that. I just think we need somebody different. Of course, I have a local person in mind. I haven't talked to him about that, but I could reach out.
Yeah.
To see if he would be willing to do that, at least in the interim.
Yeah.
Who is Charles? If you mentioned
our weed manager out of Warford County.
Would you like me to follow up with Charles?
Yeah, if you don't mind, that'd be great. Somebody else is going to have to make a motion to deal with that letter. I'm not doing it.
I move we accept her resignation begrudgingly.
Thank you.
I would second.
And your last day is the end of May.
Yes. It's either the 20th or 27th. I haven't totally decided. I'll let you know.
I move Gayla works with you to be the transition. No,
yeah.
Can you handle that? Okay.
You get me in trouble.
Yeah.
It would, as in that action item, that top part. I'm sorry, you probably have to vote.
Yeah, we need
sorry.
to finish that.
Any discussion, other discussion on that?
Well, I'd just be remiss if I didn't say what a blessing Guinevere's been to our county and the youth of this county and 4-H program, and very excited about the opportunity in front of you. I mean, crying out loud, Douglas County's, that's a rip roar when it comes to the extension world. And so it's going to be, I think, a great opportunity for you. So I'm excited for you for that. Certainly hate to lose you, but, and people may not understand this. In the old days, we had a county extension agent and they ran it all. Well, that's not the case anymore, really. Guinevere is really the director of extension for our county. And her and Caitlin Womack have kind of split the duties of agent, so to speak. Caitlin serving as a 4-H agent. So it's a little more complicated than just how it used to be. You go see the county extension agent, but that's a hole in your program up there, isn't it? We really do need to look at county extension agent. Our county continues to grow and those activities blossom, but just want you to know I'm excited for it.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I want to echo that. Just so everybody knows, you came from Creed, right?
Yeah.
And Creed's about the same as we are. And Gwen impressed us with her capabilities, and she's world-class, has exceeded that. And I might note, stepping stone wise, she went to the better, bigger county like Custer and then on to Douglas County. See, we're the grooming ground. So thanks, Gwen. You set a standard, it's going to be hard to beat.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
You will sorely be missed. Those in favor of accepting the resignation letter signify by saying aye.
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 Thank you for your service.
Yes.
You got one more.
Yeah.
I have a long face.
Nah.
Thank you guys.
Happy for you.
They're smiling in Douglas County.
We'll see.
Thank you, kiddo.
Jackie's not coming.
Yes, I understand Jackie is in a meeting. It sent her report.
We don't have any short-term rental applications coming to us.
You will.
I believe there was one that was
On April 11 is the next meeting to consider the ones that are in the pipeline right now.
Yeah, when I looked at this report, I was struck by the fact that across the entire report, it looks like the numbers are down a little bit. Not sure why that is.
I think there was a pretty big surge in 2021.
2021's got everybody still building.
Yeah, I think every category that she reports to us, the numbers are less in 2022 than they were at this time in 2021.
Yes.
It's
other than other income, which I'm assuming is probably short-term rental income.
I don't know, this is 2022 to the date, and 2021 was $20,000 more at the end of the year. So maybe we're on track.
So I believe that was year to date as well.
Mm-hmm. All
That's comparison with the same. Okay.
Yes.
It looked like it was 2021 total. It's state. All right. I move, well, I don't know if we have to accept a report or not. It's a report. So. Good enough.
Okay, does anybody have any unfinished business?
No. Kelly asked if we were going to have a treasurer's report.
I believe that is that for tomorrow?
Oh, what's the revision date?
She'd be here having a sign it if there was one.
Until the next before.
I'm good.
I believe she's on for tomorrow though. She got traded with Braden.
What did she have?
Okay. Not hearing any old business.
None here.
Okay, new business. Consideration of Dominion voting system. I believe we still have a motion on the floor from our previous meeting on Thursday.
And can I make sure everybody signed?
Yes, you may.
Has everybody signed in? We know.
Yeah, so let's see, we did have a motion on the floor and then the motion was to defer, correct?
That is correct. So I believe that would leave that motion still on the floor.
It would.
Okay.
You remember what that motion was?
To go to a paper ballot.
Okay, so do you have that motion as it was stated by chance, so that we can refresh everyone's memory?
The motion by Commissioner Candace, by Commissioner Day to change to a hand count.
Okay. We were in the middle of public discussion at that time. I would state that if we have, I would prefer not to rehash a lot of what has already been stated. If we have more information that we can garner today, and I would ask that we would be able to do that. And once again, I would ask that we could keep it somewhat brief. And I will open the floor back up for discussion at this time. Jack.
Come up front or here?
Make it loud wherever you are.
I will leave that ball in your court, sir.
Jack Canterbury. The first thing I want to do is address the elephant in the room. Since we had the meeting last week, I've been hearing from several people, and it's gone around town, that the group that wants to go to a hand count has been trashing our county clerk and throwing her under the bus. The absolute opposite is true. If we did not have the utmost trust and faith in our county clerk's ability, we would not be asking her to supervise a hand count of the election. We have ultimate and absolute faith in her ability and her integrity. It is the machine and the people that program the machine is where the problem is. We think if Kelly got that impression from what I was saying, my apologies. I did not mean for that to come across that way. We trust you emphatically. And that's why we trust that under your guidance, we will have a much more secure and an election that we can be confident in and feel like our vote counts. Where we don't feel that way when it goes through a machine that has a history of problems throughout the nation. The Dominion voter machines, it has been proven by forensic security cyber people that Dominion voting machines cannot be trusted. We feel Kelly can. So we want Kelly to be in charge of counting the votes and making sure that that count is correct. We don't want it to be done by a machine. The US Constitution says that the time and places and manner of holding elections for senators and representatives shall be prescribed in each state by the legislature thereof. So the federal government does not describe the manner of holding our elections. They leave that up to the state. The state constitution, when it comes to election, I could read all of Section 8, but in brevity, I'm going to read the last part, and it says, nothing in this section, however, shall be construed to prevent the use of any machine or mechanical contrivance for the purpose of receiving, registering the votes cast at any election, provided that the secrecy in voting is preserved. It doesn't say that the machine must be used. It says, however, it will not prevent the use of a machine. It does not say that it will require a machine. As far as hand counts being illegal by the federal government. The Help America Vote Act of 2002 states, it's pretty ambiguous in there. It's really difficult to read, but in section 301, paragraph B, it says a state or jurisdiction that uses a paper ballot voting system, a punch card voting system, or a central count voting system, including mail-in, absentee ballots, and mail-in ballots, may meet the requirements of subparagraph A by. With that in major paragraph B, the word may, it is my belief, and I'm not an attorney, but it's my belief, may should precede the following subparagraphs. One of the following subparagraphs says, satisfy the requirement of subsection A through a use of at least one direct recording electronic voting system or other voting system equipped for individuals with disabilities at each polling place. So if you put may in front of that, it says may satisfy the requirement through the use of at least one electric recording voting system or other voting system equipped for individuals with disabilities. A voting system does not have to be a machine. People think of a system as being a machine when, think about it, I am sure that every office in this courthouse has a filing system. That system has nothing to do with a machine. A system is a collection of processes to reach an end goal. So a hand count system by the HABA Act can be equipped for individuals with disabilities at each polling place. So my contention is the HABA Act in no place requires a voting machine. It requires the ability for disability people to vote. So I will go on to, there's one other thing that I want to bring up. If the federal government required that machines be used, I doubt that the legislature of Arizona, it's not Colorado, but the state legislature in Arizona has a bill that has gone through Senate committee now. It's headed to the House of Representatives in Arizona that will require every vote in Arizona to be hand counted. I doubt if Arizona would be making that attempt if it was against federal regulation. So I'm going to end with saying again, Kelly, we have the absolute utmost faith and trust in you. That's why we trust that we trust you more than Dominion. That is why we want you to head up and organize a hand count for this election. Thank you.
I know.
You had your hand up?
Yes, I'm Deanne Montgomery. My husband and I have been in this valley since 2001. We are registered voters, and we have voted both locally and nationally here in Custer County. As voters in the county, in all the time we've voted in the more than 20 years we've been here, we have never heard the slightest indication that there is any issue with our voting process. We have, there's never been any accusations of fraud or hacking or illegal vote counting. So I would like to recommend that our process isn't broken and there's no reason to fix it. I think our officials here who monitor our elections and who oversee our election process have done an excellent job. The system isn't broken. It doesn't need to be fixed. Unfortunately, there's a lot of misinformation circulating about Dominion Systems. I'm sure if you wanted to contact Dominion Systems and have them come and speak to everybody, they'd be more than willing to do that. In fact, they are trying to protect their good name. There has been no evidence of fraud in this past election. There have been more than 60 court cases that have gone before any number of
Okay, she has the floor. She has the floor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There have been more than 60 court cases to go before any number of judges. Not one shred of evidence of fraud has been shown. All right. Therefore, I would ask that if you believe there has been fraud, this is the wrong meeting for it. That fraud and the data you have should be taken to law enforcement for investigation, either to our local law enforcement or to the Colorado Attorney General. So if there is fraud, and that's your belief, I don't believe we've had any fraud in our elections. The process isn't broken. It doesn't need to be fixed. But if there is fraud, please take the evidence to law enforcement and let it be investigated. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a minute. I've got a couple online. Sharon Bishop. Oh, Sharona. My apologies.
No worries at all. And I'm actually at the People's House this morning, which is convenient for this particular meeting that you guys are holding today. Thank you for letting me speak with you. I do have great relationships with people here in Custer County, and I applaud you that you're willing to look into this today and just take this into consideration. I am a firsthand witness, actually, to the contrary of what the previous testimony alleged. And I have actually seen the fraud directly. In fact, all of you have the opportunity to see exactly what has been found in the Dominion voting machines of Mesa County. The actual forensic images have been made public, so you can actually go, if you're a tech and you want to explore this yourself, you're able to do that. These reports have been submitted to law enforcement. They have been submitted in criminal investigations right now, as well as trials that are ongoing. But mostly I want to speak to what you're looking at doing right now, which is renewing your contract with Dominion. And I'm just going to give a little bit of information that I hope will dissuade you from doing that. First of all, I do want to be very clear that the responsibility of what I'm going to share does not necessarily lie on the clerk's shoulders. Now, I don't know your clerk, but I'm fully engaged with clerks around the state and around the country. And the things that I'm going to share with you and that you'll see in the reports are not things that your clerk would have seen. So to speak to the previous testimony, that is correct. They wouldn't know what they're seeing. In Mesa County, we're a 70% red community. There would be no reason for us to investigate voter fraud if our Republicans are getting elected. The problem is that they went too far in manipulating the ballots for the Graham Junction City Council municipal election in April. So it wasn't in regards to 2020, it was in regards to a local city council election where the progressive leftists swept the ballot, and that wouldn't be consistent with the culture of the community. And so therefore it led to a canvassing effort. And eventually, as you all know, the trusted bill went around the state of Colorado. And what we now know from report number 1 that came out of Mesa County was that 29,000 election logs were deleted. The clerk wouldn't have known that. None of her assistants, none of her deputy clerks would have known that. The fault does not lie at the feet of your clerk. However, right now, there is a lawsuit, Hanks versus Griswold, that is declaring that the certification process of your machines was not followed, thereby making the use of these machines illegal. And your county clerk has received the documentation on that. She was mailed a packet regarding that. And I believe the commissioners at this point have received that information as well. If you have not, please let me know and I'll send it your way. We believe not only were the machines, it's not a belief, the machines were not certified properly in order to use in elections in Colorado, and they haven't been for some time. All of that information is in the Hanks versus Griswold case, and that case is moving forward. In addition to that, I wanted to share with you that the people who've created the reports out of Mesa County are not conspiracy theorists at all. Jeffrey O'Donnell is the one who's produced the 3rd report that shows us manipulation of the ballots. And that's what that is unlawful. Your people are correct. It is unlawful to manipulate the ballots, to mess with them, to change them in any way, to overwrite the system is illegal. And that did happen in Mesa County. Along with Jeffrey O'Donnell is Dr. Walter Doherty, who is the senior advisor for tech at Texas Tech. They have staked their reputations that their findings in Mesa County are legitimate or they'll lose their careers. This is what they do. They are renowned in their work and what they do. They're not conspiracy theorists. This is really happening. Not just the third report, but the fact that during the trusted bill, 29,000 election logs were deleted from Mesa County. The only reason we know that that happened was because Clerk Peters took a forensic image beforehand and then took an image after. That was a legal process, by the way. And the way you know that is Bill 153 that is being attempted to pass through the House will make it illegal to take those forensic images. So the clerk did nothing wrong or illegal. She simply protected the vote and made sure that all the information was secure. The backup that's been done in your county would simply be the outcome of the votes, but it would not consider the pathway to which you arrived at that votes. A lot of people ask, Sharona, why does it matter? You live in a red county, all the Republicans won. Custer is a red county. We haven't seen voter manipulation here, you don't think? Because patently across the state, they're moving us in this direction of trying to make us believe that our state is a certain way that we know that it's not because we live here. And so as they pad the vote or they manipulate the vote, or as this report shows, criminal activity of actually overwriting votes, they are changing the culture of the community through the leadership. I would say as the, not that I'm in your position at all, but just as a citizen, I would ask the county commissioners to pause on moving forward in the funding and financing of the Dominion voting machines until you have been able to properly, as your position requires you to do so, investigate the accusations against Dominion voting machines, as well as the ongoing lawsuits, which there are many across the country against Dominion machines right now. So that actually is not correct, what was stated in a previous testimony. They are being sued in different capacities all across the state because of this manipulation. The last thing that I just wanted to add also is the hand count. I understand that the clerk was concerned that hand counts would take a long time. Well, due to the public pressure in Mesa County, we were able to get our hand count election done for the school board election this past November with well over 60,000 votes to count. This process was completed in less than 4 days with very capable human beings who did a better job actually hand counting than the tabulation that was done on the clear ballot machines. So hats off to the humans. They're fully capable of assessing ballots and counting them correctly. And that process, again, did not take a month as it was predicted in our community. It only took 4 days. So I would just absolutely echo what Jack said, that you guys know each other. You are trustworthy. You absolutely can handle and should handle a hand count election because the duplicity of the machines is known now. So if you move forward with this contract with Dominion, you are subjugating your community to potential violations of election law, which, by the way, is already happening with the machines. According to Colorado statutes, you are not allowed to have, it should be air gap, the machine should be. But we know that even your machine has Bluetooth modems inside and absolutely has wireless access, just like Mesa County machines do. The second report demonstrated there were 36 wireless contraptions in the voting systems of Mesa County. That is not supposed to happen. That's illegal, actually. It breaks Colorado statute, Colorado law. So I would be more concerned about violating those laws than being maybe having a little bit more effort in your local elections. Our voice and our vote is absolutely worth it. My kids are worth maybe slowing down and hand counting those ballots. Our future is definitely worth slowing down, hand counting those ballots and making sure that you are having fair, transparent, and legal elections. And I'll end there. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Sharona. You had your hand up.
Thank you, James Gilbert. And as last Thursday and today, I'm speaking as a citizen of Custer County. Last Thursday, many items were put before the BOCC regarding the reliability of the Dominion voting machines, and much proof, in quotes, was cited by Mr. Canterbury. For instance, he used the Antrim County, Michigan issue as evidence the machines are no good, citing 68% errors. That 68% errors by the machines is false. The number is the number of error messages generated by the machines. That is what they're supposed to do. They find votes that have issues with them. They cite them as errors. Errors are found when the votes are received. They're logged as errors. All those errors go into a big log, and apparently Antrim County, Michigan had a big log of errors. It was not 68% counting errors, as we were led to believe. And you were not told this on Thursday. Similarly, the Antrim County, Michigan election hand counted all 15,700 votes in that election. They found that potentially 14 were misassigned for whatever reason. That's 0.09%, not 68%. But you weren't told that on Thursday. And this was all public knowledge in 2020 in December. Similarly, according to the Stanford MIT Healthy Elections Project, everywhere that hand counts, either by requirement or by request, election audits or investigation by outside parties hired by whoever, for instance, Maricopa County and the Cyber Ninjas we all got to watch on TV, every one of those, the count was found accurate. In states like Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, Georgia, Nevada, and Pennsylvania, they were all found accurate when compared to hand counting. You were not told that on Thursday. Again, and then there was an attempt to undermine the trust in the Secretary of State because Matt Crane claimed to have seen her put illegal software on a machine. Mr. Canterbury then proceeded to immediately impeach his reference source, Matt Crane, for a laundry list of conflicts of interest. So why would anybody believe that story? In addition, the issue of Dominion being owned by George Soros was raised. First of all, the ownership of the company by George Soros is false. All you have to do is ask the board of directors of Dominion. Ask the board of directors of Smartmatic, another company he's claimed to own. He does not own them and has never owned them. And why he is such a pariah, I have no clue. He's a billionaire philanthropist. These people are probably chuckling because they think he's a Nazi. He's not, he's a Holocaust survivor. So,
okay.
And
keep it down.
And if you look at the European Union's versus disinformation campaign, that conspiracy theory was used by a Kremlin-backed disinformation campaign to interfere with the last election. So I don't understand why people would even quote that story. Now, just as a personal request, the BOCC needs to lead on this issue, and leading means defining reality. And the reality is that our 2020 election was fair, secure, and accurate. The reality is that Joseph Biden won that election and Donald Trump lost. The reality is that Dominion and other electronic voting methods were highly accurate and rapidly led to the election, not leaving voters to the results of the election, not leaving voters to wait. The reality is that trust in our system is being eroded by falsehood, disinformation, and mischaracterization of the process propagated by those disappointed by the results. Contrary to the headline in the March 31st Wet Mountain Tribune. The election conspiracy movement has a firm hold in our valley and is propagating the same false story that stopped the steal push on January 6th. Then we all saw the result of that. The BOCC must step up once and for all and state that Custer County does not operate through false and misleading information, and that the election choosing Joe Biden was fair and secure, and we will continue to use this system in which our clerk, Kelly Camper, has complete faith. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go to an online one real quick. Darla Scholes.
Yes, I am speaking today as a full-time resident and registered voter here in rural Custer County, and I thank you for the opportunity to be heard. I have sent this message in an email to each commissioner, but as is often the case, I never hear back, nor is any mention made in meetings that the commissioners have received input from citizens via email or phone call. I have yet to hear that from them. So I felt the need to also speak at today's meeting, even though I was not able to be there. I was appalled to see that at your last BOCC meeting, a small contingent of loud residents was so easily able to exert such influence over some of you that you are now actually considering the knee-jerk decision to cancel the county's 7-year lease with Dominion and revert to hand counting election ballots instead, at a time that is far too close to our upcoming primary and in a way that potentially renders our citizens' votes invalid. Not to mention your dismissive attaboys tossed at County Clerk Kelly Camper while basically throwing her already difficult job into irresponsible upheaval. Thankfully, reason and prudence prevailed, and I give a thank you to Commissioners Day and Flower for that. In spite of the unruly and rude citizens in the room, and this critical decision was delayed until today. I am imploring you to set aside this important decision further until it can be approached in the proper and appropriate way. 1, with proper investigation of facts, not hearsay or poorly sourced inflammatory reporting. And I would add that anyone can file a lawsuit. Much of the lawsuits spoken of here too have been dismissed. Anyone can file a lawsuit. That doesn't make someone guilty. 2, having consulted and conferred with other Colorado County and state leaders and officials on this matter. 3, seeking advice from experts in this field, including our own County Clerk, Kelly Camper, who has conducted flawless elections to date. In fact, no Custer County election results have ever been called into question by officials overseeing said elections at all levels. 4, perhaps even conducting workshops, preferably open, on this issue, or at the very least, giving citizens the benefit of more time and BOCC meetings to attend where valid evidence and or options could be submitted, discussed, considered, and explored. 5, revisit this major change when it can be done with the time and consideration it deserves, most certainly not this close to voting day. In the last meeting, your discussion repeatedly circled back to the idea that you fancy yourselves leaders who must show the rest of the state and country how things should be done. I submit that you are nothing of the sort to consider this reckless move so close to an election and essentially ignoring the excellent job currently executed by Ms. Camper. Real leaders do not make rash, hasty, unwise, personal, ego-driven decisions. Real leaders are careful, studious, and mindful of all the lives they affect with their decisions. Real leaders take the time to do things the correct and best possible way and in the very best interests of those they serve. Real leaders do not pursue their own personal agendas, but carefully consider all sides of an issue before acting, leaving their own individual biases and egos out of the equation. I sincerely ask you all to truly be leaders and handle this issue in a proper, above board, and appropriate manner, giving this weighty decision the time it deserves. Reminding you that should you hastily vote now to take our elections to a hand count system, you open them up to far more fraud, error, and contention than ever any machine count has ever had. I hope that real leadership and good sense will prevail on this issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Back here in the back.
Thank you. I listened pretty carefully to
state your name.
Comment. Oh, yes. I'm sorry, I'm Jesus. Relatively new resident of the area, about 4 years. 4 winters.
If you could speak up for us, please.
Weeds about the details of the claims from either side, because I'm not in a position with evidence in my hand to refute one side or the other. It's stupid to waste your time in the weeds. So the thing to do is ask the Board of Commissioners, before this item was ever even placed on the agenda, did you solicit the election supervisor's opinion on whether these machines were secure or not? That I have not heard. They did at the last meeting. What was her response? That she trusted them. All right, the expert in the room trusts the machines. I didn't know. I didn't even hear that. I'm here because of all the stuff I heard about the meeting, not what was actually in it. Okay. So that being said, she recommends keeping the machines. Well, fine, well and good. She's been on them for 6 years. I think there's nobody in here who's going to know more about those machines than she does. Her office is elected. It is a co-equal branch of county government that sits in that chair. It's just as heavy as the other 3 seats in the middle. Part of her job, she takes direction from the commission, but she is elected by her own constituency in and of herself, and I think we need to respect that. The next thing is, gee, Kelly, why did the county select Dominion machines in 2016 when they were introduced? What was the compelling thing about this brand that we selected them above Smartmatic, above Clear Ballot, above all the other companies that I'm sure we looked at? What was the reason this one was the best? She can't.
We're asking for comments, TC. We're asking for comments. It's not a back and forth.
Perhaps offline what the answer to that question is. And then, does the board understand its own limitations with regards to what they can and can't impose in the context of an election? You have limits on what you can do. Your lane is really well defined. Her lane is really well defined. Is everybody in their lane? Is my next question there. And then the last bit. Congratulations on 145 years of error-free elections. I'm glad you're part of that chain. I hope you continue to be part of that chain. And even though my candidate often doesn't win, I've voted here in Custer County now since I've lived here, and I can tell you when I've won, when I've lost, I've always trusted that my vote was counted properly and acknowledged. I never questioned about the machine it was on, whether I won or lost. And when you lose, you suck it up and you try again on the next election. You don't keep on trying to relitigate the result of an election that was certified by both a Republican and a Democrat in 3,500 counties across this country. There was a Democrat and a Republican counting the vote in every single one. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go back online. I'm swapping back and forth here. Mr. Hedberg.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes.
Yeah, I just had a couple of quick comments here. What Mr. Canterbury has engaged in here is a masterclass in disinformation. He takes specific examples from one county in Michigan with a population of about 23,000 people. He takes another example from Mesa County, population 150,000. And he goes, okay, if there was issues in these two counties, that means the entire nation must have an issue with its voting system and election process. The problem with that is the second that he came into reality, which was in Custer County, he discovered that the election was absolutely correct and has been audited. So the problem is he makes a generalization using, I'll be fair to him, calling them facts, and generalizes to the entire system. But the 1 second that he comes into contact with actual information in Custer County and finds out that Kelly Camper thinks the Dominion machines work accurately because they're audited both directions, he can't accept that. That's burying your head in the sand when facts hit you right in the forehead. Now, the last part here is for Bill Kanda. I'm not exactly sure why he thinks that he needs to use our local government to launch a voting jihad, is that it, across the country? That's not what Custer County government is supposed to do. Our election systems work here. They work fine. It's been proven multiple times and stated by Ms. Camper. There's no reason that we should be using Custer County's government as a launching pad for some type of revolution on the, I don't even like to call them conservative right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lisa Bray, and all of this conversation kind of brings to mind, I think it's Shakespeare, methinks thou dost protest too much. Anyway, Kelly had a great idea at the last meeting. If we are going to stay with Dominion voting machines, why can't we do a hand count and compare? I think what we really want to know is that our votes are matter, that it is factual what we are doing. Several states are finding illegality that is happening with the machines. I'm surprised that the other side of this issue isn't curious if there is a problem. It's just like, accept it, sit down, be quiet, don't stir the water. Well, you know, as an American, I feel like Americans have the right to question what is going on and just find out what is wrong with finding out. So if we did run the election through Dominion, if we did a hand count beside it, that we would all be happy and we could be assured that our vote truly is counted the way we voted it, that there's no interference with the machines, and if we're willing to show up. And I would hope that what Jim Gilbert said the last meeting about he didn't know if there would be people interested from his party to do a hand count, I would hope that they might change their mind, that this is a very important right that we have as citizens in this country, and that we should make sure that our vote is being tallied the way we voted. That's my opinion. And I can't understand that anybody wouldn't want to know that if it's a matter of spending a couple of extra days hand counting these votes, hey, when we find out the machines are wonderful, that's great.
Thank you. Tim.
Since I have the right to question, with regard to the recent allegations concerning the security of the county's voting machines, I do have some questions to the commissioners. Some of them are just a yes and no answer. So just let me know whether you want to answer or just kind of mull it over. First off, are there any instances of voter fraud that have been verified by the Custer County Clerk's Office?
And we'll take comments at this time. We won't get in a back and forth.
Questions because these are comments. Do you think there is any reason to doubt that Custer County Clerk's integrity and commitment to due election process? If so, what is the evidence for this reasoning? If any outside party is alleging the possibility of a voter and/or election fraud, would the burden of proof not be on them to produce such evidence? Would you not be asking them to produce it publicly before considering any changes to Custer County's election process? Since the county clerk is accountable to the Colorado Secretary of State, not the county, when it comes to the election process, what legal grounds would you have for trying to change the county's election process? Lastly, according to the Colorado County Clerk Association, which is made up of Republican, Democrat, and unaffiliated members, quote, the allegations regarding the Dominion voting systems are false, and the audit of the paper ballots demonstrated the facts. Colorado elections are secure and independently verifiable and are not dependent on the voting systems, but paper ballots. For the record, speaking as a citizen, I have the utmost confidence in Kelly Camper's integrity and professionalism, and I consider any suggestion that she would allow any sort of fraud or tampering to occur on her watch to be highly insulting to her. It would be nice that you, the commissioners, are prepared to take that position as well. I feel changing the voting process so close to the primary is very unfair to put the burden on Kelly Camper. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gordon Greer. Last meeting, I heard stuff about this thing costs our county $20,000 a year plus. I hear that the hand counts and the machine count the same. Why don't we just like take that money, give it to the guys trying to take care of our destitute vets and have a couple of days counting some votes?
Peggy Collins, in response to Ms. Adams, she was at that last meeting. Nobody said anything maligning about Kelly Camper. Nobody said anything about our personal elections in this county not being fair and just. We all gave her our support. So that was not even a nice thing to say.
Address the board, thank you. Sir.
1 years old, first time I've ever been to one of these showdowns. And I'm Gary Kirsch, Rural County. So I did attend a school board thing one time, and a woman made a lot of sense. She was in her 80s. And I hope what I have to say will make some sense. First of all, the question about the computer systems is not a political matter.
That's right.
It is the United States of America, the richness of this country that matters. And when we have a man in Florence who is accused of improper behavior, he's removed. When we have a police officer who is accused of improper behavior, he is removed. When we have a minister or a priest who's accused of inappropriate behavior, he's removed. All temporary until proven innocent or guilty. There is serious, and Kelly has no qualification to do forensic studies on that computer system. The guys that do this, the people that do this are geniuses with those machines. And it's in the process. It's going to be determined. It's not political. It is our country. It is the Constitution that has to be protected relative to the vote. And we need to when questions arise, to protect it. It's horrible. School teachers in this state are, and around the country, but in this state, have been accused of inappropriate behavior with their children. they're teaching. For some reason, they haven't been removed. The Denver Post had an extensive article on the history of molestations by the teachers. And it's incredible. One school district paid $50,000, but that person is off in another school district. That's all they've done is move them. So we've got to take the chance that our government will determine whether Dominion is good or bad. And we don't have to prove anything. We can just sit, not use them, but do whatever we have to do to get our counts, our votes. And I want to know that my vote works. So it's good common sense, dropping animosities, political animosities, and there is a question. And it's to nobody's favor to want this vote. It is to the favor of our country to know that machines are or are not. Who wins is up to us, not a machine. But we need to know that that machine is working. And until we know, we should not be using it.
Thank you.
My name is Liz Brandon, and I live in Custer County. This does get kind of emotional for me because I think that the conversation raises doubts about elections, and doubts about elections sometimes yield people being less inclined to vote. And that disturbs me greatly. I think there are a lot of groups, state legislators that are trying to suppress the vote in various and sundry ways. And the instances that people have spoken about, Jack and the lady that was on the speaker, about possible problems with Dominion are so few that it seems ridiculous to abandon use of the voting machines, which have got to be at least as accurate as people counting by hand. How many, the guy from finance admitted that something was wrong in the numbers because somebody keyed it in wrong. Well, that wasn't the machine, that was a person that did that. So I just beg you to not send us backwards and to express confidence that our votes do count and they are counted accurately using a machine. More so would be using people.
Thank you. We'll take just a couple more comments and then for time, I think I'll take 3 comments and then we will move forward. You had your hand up here.
Yes, my name is Leanne Bear. I guess I'm missing something as far as the actual problem in Custer County with the voting. What was the errors that were done? I just wanted to hear proof of what happens. I'm hearing from other places, but what specifically happened in this county here?
Thank you. And to that, I will say that no one has expressed anything for Custer County.
So this is all about somebody else's county and not
Susan.
Hi, my name is Susan Hinshaw, and last summer I joined the United States Election Integrity Plan, and it is not a partisan organization. I have friends that are Democrats that are in it. I have friends that are Republicans. I, at the time, was unaffiliated. And I just want to echo, sir, what you said. I can't remember your name, but I want to echo what he said, that this is not a partisan subject. Nobody is questioning Kelly Camper. And to what you said about the forensic analysis of a Dominion machine, and nobody has the capability of doing that. Since I did join this group, I've done research on my own, and proving one way or the other really isn't going to be beneficial at this point in time. But I will just say the subject that we're talking about, everybody in this room, I think, wants the same goal. Everybody wants a fair election. Everybody listening wants votes to all be counted. So I actually really hope that we do have hand counts. And I look forward to hand counting alongside with my Democrat friends, my Republican friends, my unaffiliated friends. That's a lot more good can come out of this if we look at that. We will actually get to know each other a little better and see we're not so far apart. So I'm for getting rid of Dominion very clearly, and I have my own reasons why we beat that to death. I appreciate you taking it into consideration, and I appreciate doing a hand count under Kelly Camper and getting a bunch of volunteers together and doing the right thing. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
I'm Jean Canterbury. I did research online like everybody else. And one of the things that I found that I wanted to share with everybody is letters that were sent from 3 senators and Congress to the private equity firms with controlling interest in the 3 biggest electronic voting machine vendors. I edited the letters because they're long, but here are the pertinent facts. Over the last 2 decades, the election technology industry has become highly concentrated. Today, 3 large vendors provide software and machines that facilitate voting for over 90% of the United States. Concentration in the election technology market and the fact that vendors are often more seasoned in voting machines and technical services than election officials give these companies incredible power. What the letter says is, if you do not manage the vendors, they will manage you. Voting machines are falling apart across the country. Vendors neglect to innovate and improve important systems because they don't have any reason to do that. They have a monopoly on the election machines. And so they continue to run on old software that will soon be outdated, and they're really vulnerable to hackers. This letter was written by in December 2019 and was written by Elizabeth Warren, Amy Klobuchar, Ron Wyden, and Mark Pocan, and they're all Democrats. And they were very, very concerned about our voting machines.
Okay, I would like to thank everybody for showing up both Thursday and today. I appreciate the time you've taken and your comments. I know it's a very controversial subject, and I appreciate the decorum that you exercised, and it is appreciated. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor to...
Can I speak before you vote?
Yes, you may.
So since Thursday, I've been doing a lot of thinking, researching, talking to other people. With all due respect, I believe that the motion that you have made, you really cannot make. I believe that you can not give me the money to pay for Dominion. Dominion is already paid for this year. My contract runs January to December. It was paid in January. The machine count, the machines have a less than 1% error rate. A hand count is a 2% error rate. again, I throw out that my offer to do a hand count alongside our machine count. I would do that to prove that these machines are counting correctly. I can't speak for other states. I believe there was issues in other states. I truly believe that Colorado and Colorado's clerks have the best interest of all the voters. I do take this personally. I take it very personally. There's been a lot of hurtful things said. And I try to do the job to the best of my ability. You guys voted to put me in this office, and I try to do the best that I can for all of you. I don't care if you're Republican, Democrat, unaffiliated. I don't care. Your vote counts. And I can't believe that I'm going to throw out 95% of the clerks in Colorado would be behind a machine that does not work, or that there is some sort of fraud in it. I've read all the material. Trust me, I get emails every day. Read this, read this, read this. That's what I do. I've spent the last month reading material and reading the reports. I believe that these machines count correctly. And if I thought there was any chance that they didn't, I would be leading the charge to get rid of them. I believe in August, when we start our whole budget process, you can not fund my office for the next year for a voting machine. If you do that, you put me in jeopardy of a lawsuit. And I guess I'll deal with that when I get to that point. As far as the voter fraud that's come up, you know, I know a lot of people don't believe in the mail ballots, and they ask about the voter fraud. Every election I turn in probably 10 to 20 cases to the DA of stuff that we wonder about, and they investigate that. So we catch the voter fraud. I think that's all I have.
Mr. Chairman.
I do have one more thing. I've had a lot of people come in over the last week and visit with me about these machines. And I have to say that I've not seen one person in this room come visit me. If you had a big lump on your side, would you go to the internet or to Facebook or to your neighbor or something to say, hey, what do you think about this? Or would you go to a doctor, to someone who knows? Thank you.
I think there's a fundamental question here that hasn't been addressed. U.S. Constitution gives the power to each state to decide how to conduct its elections, to the states, not to the local governments. In Colorado, all of the county governments are political subdivisions of the state of Colorado, and the power that's given to the counties is defined, or to the Board of County Commissioners in a county is defined in Colorado Revised Statutes 30-11-107. I've gone through that thoroughly, and the state of Colorado has not given the counties, the Board of County Commissioners, any authority to regulate elections on a county level. So I don't believe, even if you were inclined to do so, that you have the statutory authority to make decisions how this election should be done. That comes down from the state level to the county clerks. So if I mean, I understand a lot of people have issues here, but this isn't the forum where it needs to be addressed. I don't think that you can decide contrary to what the state wants or how the state wants to handle elections and tell Kelly to do it a different way. So I think it's an issue you don't have the power to decide today.
I want to make a statement, not right now. Before or after? Before we vote. Go ahead.
Okay. If you have a statement, go ahead.
All right. I want to make a quick statement, and I will let Mr. Chairman here decide whether we vote or not. I want to make a couple points that are very important. Colorado Revised Statutes 1-1-11, it refers to the powers and duties of governing boards. Paragraph 2 says all powers and authority granted to the governing board of a political subdivision may be exercised by an election official designated by the board. The governing body may also contract with the county clerk and recorder of the county in which the political subdivision is organized to perform all or part of the required duties in conducting an election. So we are, in my view, as a governing board here, accountable to make sure that we have your vote counts. We work for you, and therefore we are committed to make sure that your very important vote matters. I worked for the United States Air Force a long time ago, and in that job, we took seriously the Constitution and the rights of the people to protect it. In that job, and I mentioned it last week, that we made a decision at the highest levels to not allow a machine, I don't care whether it's Dominion or Yahtzee, I don't care. If you have something that you want to protect, whether it's a top secret thing or whether it's your sacred vote, then it's my duty to make sure that that is carried out. And so I know for a fact, and I'm going to make this statement, I don't think any of our votes, Kelly's right on the money. She took the votes, got the print out. We had election judges that verified it, and our votes weren't skewed in this county. I did some research since then. I also called Mesa County and I called Rio Blanca because somebody brought it up. Turns out they had the same attitude that we do. This is a bipartisan issue. This isn't Republican, but they fell back on their haunches anyway and said, "Oh, we're a red county, it's okay in our machine. We trust our clerk," and I do. And that's not the issue at all. And they recognize that. And Rio Blanca is going through a process of understanding what it takes to do their vote now. And I was hoping they would get it to us so I could pass it out, but I don't have any data. But I don't think it matters. And I'll tell you why. It's a matter of what could happen. It didn't happen. But what could happen is this. I took just a quick, I got my website, or the Siri. Hey Siri, how many people are in Boulder County? 300,000. Jeffco 580. Adams 620. Denver 700. You know how many votes that is? 2,250,000. Okay, so I don't care what percentage error it is, if it's an honest error or whether it's a manipulated. And I talked to you all about they can be technically jacked with, and you wouldn't know it. Kelly wouldn't know it. I wouldn't know it. But I'm not worried about Custer County. I'm worried about those big counties. A 0.09% error and 2,250,000 is 199,000 votes. Wow. That nullifies all our little counties. No matter whether you're a Democrat or whether you're a Republican, I want your vote to matter. And so I worry about it. I'm not, and I, for the wise old sage, back up there, because I'm closely getting there too. And I like to think I'm as wise as you are with experience, that there's no harm in us standing down, taking a pause. We've done ballots before, paper ballots. We can do them. Why not get you and all? And I heard people volunteer last week to do that. It's not going to cost the county anything except some hassle for management then we'll have to support that. Like I'll sit there with you and give Kelly a break, whatever. But the point is, it's all about being safe. Let's protect your sacred vote. And that's what I, as a commissioner, when I swore to the Constitution again and to the Constitution of the state of Colorado, want to do. And it's not a jihad. It's to do your civic duty as a citizen. And I want to protect it. That's all I need to say.
Go ahead, I'll wait.
I will defer.
Thank you. I want to start out by thanking all of you for being here today. Obviously, I know that this is a emotionally charged issue. I'm not sure why that is, other than I think we all believe in the importance of our vote when we go to the polls to vote in elections. That gets my blood up, as I'm sure it does all of you. So I appreciate you being here, taking time out of your day. Some of you I know took time out of your work day to be here, which speaks volumes to me. I made a very concerted effort to listen to everyone today. I wrote down some notes. I certainly wasn't able to write down all the points that were made here today. I hear your concerns and your beliefs and your passion. As an elected official in Custer County, I think that is number one incumbent upon me, is to listen and try to understand where everybody's coming from. There's some great points made here today on both sides of the aisle. There's no question. And I don't mean the aisle as political aisle or this aisle, on both sides of the issue. But as Kelly mentioned, we're on an annual lease agreement with Dominion. We've entered into a 7-year contract with them, but that's renewed every year, January 1, and runs through the end of the year. So we are not considering today to do anything with that contract. That's not on the table. It's just an aside to what we're really talking about here. Clearly, my biggest concern is the integrity of our elections and our voter confidence in our elections. That's it with me. Those are the two most important things around this issue that I settle on. If we don't have integrity, obviously we're not going to have voter confidence. One of my concerns is if we don't have problems in our voting system in this county, but we want to address other things, I'm worried that that's going to erode our confidence in our elections in this county. I've had numerous conversations with Kelly about this topic. I asked her a question and she said she'd already given it some thought, and she brought it up today, and that is following up our June 28th election with a hand count. I would support that. Kelly's in a unique position this year because she's going to be on the ballot. And we really haven't had that discussion. So that's going to put a huge burden on Peggy to do other things that she probably wouldn't normally do during an election. As it has been said today, I as a county commissioner have no qualms about the condition of our election process in this county. I've told this to Kelly. If I thought there were problems, I would be in your office wanting answers to my questions about problems with our elections. The voters of this county did not vote me in office to worry about things that are above and beyond our county. I worry about them. I'm frustrated about the state of our state, the state of our country. But I have to take those on as a private individual citizen. I can't govern our county worried by what's going on politically at the state and national level. I don't think that was part of my fiduciary responsibility when I was elected to office. Don't confuse that statement with that I don't care about the crap that's going on in this world. I do. I worry about it for my family, my grandkids. Commissioner Candace said last week, and after giving it some serious thought, I agree that there is a time and a place for everyone to stand up and say enough is enough. I'm frustrated because I really don't. One, I don't know how to do that all the time. And two, I honestly don't believe that it's going to make much of a difference. I think where Mr. Canada was coming from, that our county could set the bar and have other counties look to us and say, by golly, you have the you know what to jump out there and make a statement in our state, if nothing else. I understand that. Jared mentioned it this morning in his staff report about whatever we do dealing with our veterans, that could be a benchmark for the rest of the state to follow. I get that. I understand that. But I want you as voters to understand, I wouldn't support that if that's the only reason we're doing it. I wouldn't care if anybody ever followed our plan if we had a veterans community, mobile home park or residential. It doesn't matter what that looks like. I wouldn't do it because we're trying to set an example for the rest of the state. I don't care about that. I care about this county and dealing with our issues here. I truly don't think we have an issue in our election process here other than, and I think we can pridefully say we have a great voter turnout. I'd like to see a better voter turnout. But as I mentioned, I worry about the impact of this entire discussion on our voter confidence and voter turnout. I know that folks have said that they believe in Kelly and her office and what they're doing, but I'm telling you, as an elected official, man, things hurt. Words can hurt. And I know that their office is hurt by all of this. There's just no other way to say that. And it's not fair. I don't want to overstate this, but I will tell you honestly how I feel. I feel that we have a solution that's looking for a problem. I don't believe we have a problem in Custer County. I don't ever remember being involved in people sitting down counting my ballots. I started voting at the age of 18 in 1979. I don't know how all that went. I don't know what goes on in her office now. I have read some stuff that scares the pants off of me, and I thank God I am not the county clerk, because I'll guarantee I couldn't deal with it. I read the bills that are before the state legislature. Obviously, the election integrity bill is probably the most important one that deals with what we're talking about. There are other bills. That thing is so complicated. And there are so many to-do lists just to conduct an election in our county. It is overwhelming to me. If Kelly says, Mr. Commissioner, we got a problem, then I'm all in on trying to figure out what the problem is and how we solve it. I just don't feel that way, you guys. I really don't. It's not me against you guys. I'm sorry. I don't look at it that way. I know some of you are highly agitated with me as a county commissioner. I get that. That's part of the price you pay to be an elected official. but I want you to honestly know where I'm coming from. I had the same question Clint brought up. I wasn't sure we were even legal to be considering manipulating, changing our election system. I'm not sure county commissioners have that responsibility. And to Commissioner Canada's point, and Mr. Canterbury brought it up last week and cited section 111. And the only language that I can really see in here that speaks to us directly is section A, where it says to supervise the conduct of regular and special elections, which it is authorized or required to call. Pretty stinking ambiguous when you say, all right, what the hell does supervise mean? I don't think it means making decisions that Kelly's office should be making it. We, somewhere along the way, the county gave authority to the clerk and recorder to be the chief elections officer for this county. We don't contract with her to do that. The county does not pay her to do that. That is an accepted part of the clerk's position in this county. I truly agree with Kelly when she says, I think you boys, the only responsibility, the only authority you have is if you decide to continue to finance my budget request to lease Dominion machines. I think that's it. I think that's as far as it goes. I have had numerous emails. The one lady that spoke today said that she sent us an email, did not get a return, is not accurate. She knows that, and I know that because I responded to her and she said, I appreciate your response. When I make a statement that I don't get emails, this was yesterday, when I don't get a response to email, I am not referring to you as an individual commissioner. I said, okay, I appreciate that. There's probably 40 or 50 emails that I have read and have not responded to. Part of that is because of time. Part of it was because of my choice not to respond to the tenor of certain emails. Just not going to go there. But I hope you can have a little bit of belief in the fact that all three of us commissioners read those emails. Most of my commissioner time is spent on this computer, and a lot of it has to do with reading emails because that's how our constituents communicate with us most of the time. I wanted to get here at 8 o'clock this morning to do some stuff before this meeting, and I spent 40 minutes on the telephone with one individual, a good friend of mine, totally on the other side of where I shake out on this issue. But we had a 40-minute intelligent civil conversation where we exchanged ideas and opinions. He said I could mention his name if I felt the need to today. I don't feel that need, but I just want you to know that I have heard from a number of people. Certainly have not heard from 3,700 voters. I asked Kelly last Thursday after the meeting, hey, I said, Kelly, is there a chance that this could go on to the ballot and let the voters decide? I don't know the answer to that. I'm not sure that would probably be legal. I don't know. That's an attorney question, most likely. But I'm not opposed to exploring this hand count thing. I'm not in favor of doing away with these Dominion machines, and I will tell you why. The answer is real simple for me. We don't have a problem. I can't worry about Arizona, Michigan. I can't worry about Mesa County. I don't think the machines themselves sitting on a desk are the problems in Mesa County, or there wouldn't be charges, federal charges filed against Tina Peters. We'll see how Colorado shakes out as a state, huh? She's running for Secretary of State. If this state elects her, I might have a conversation with my neighbor who keeps threatening to move to Wyoming or Montana because he's fed up with the politics in this state. So I hope I've at least given you some sense or insight into where I'm coming from as a commissioner. You deserve that. It'd be easy for me to sit here and not say anything, knowing I'm gonna get my ass roasted for whatever I say today. It'd be real easy for me to do that. It's not in my nature, and it's not part of the job description. So I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
I would make a quick statement. I believe that the statement that Kelly and Clint brought up is accurate. I think that is what, excuse me, but I think Rio Blanco is wanting to defund, and that was the motion that they had. And I think that would be the option that we would have. And that being said, it is paid for this year. I think I would like to apologize to you in public because I am responsible for some of the things that came your way. That being said, this is a process that we needed to go through, I felt, and but I think I owe you and your office an apology. And I will do it here publicly. In regards to whether we should even vote on this or not, I guess I would ask Mr. Smith if that is something that we should go ahead and do at this time. I would defer to legal advice on this myself.
Well, there's a motion on the table. You can vote on it. You heard what Kelly said. You heard what I said. And there's also an option. If the person that made the motion wants to withdraw the motion. But it's your call at this point.
Mr. Chairman, can I follow up with a quick parliamentary comment?
Yes.
Thank you. To Mr. Smith's point, once a main motion has been made, seconded, and entered into a period of debate, the motion no longer belongs to the maker of the motion. The motion belongs to the body. That is the three of us. We are free to do with that motion whatever we want. And I would I'm searching for the correct words or the correct term. But I would move that we remove this motion from the table.
Same thing. Vote no would be the same thing.
That motion does require a second, by the way. And it's not really from the table. That's not correct.
I think I would like to proceed with the vote.
I call for the vote.
Any other comments?
There's no debate on previous questions, but it does require a 2/3 majority vote to pass.
On the motion you just made?
No, the motion Mr. Canada made. He called previous question.
Okay. Okay, so
it does require a second, however.
I would second that.
Didn't we second it last week?
No, you called the vote, and that is what we were voting on now.
Okay.
Those in favor of voting on the motion on the floor signify by saying aye.
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 Nay. Part of the purpose of previous question is to end all debate, go to an immediate vote.
Okay, we do have a motion on the floor to not use Dominion voting machines and to proceed to a hand count. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay. I would like to state that personally, this is a very hard decision. I have also received multiple emails and phone calls from multiple people from either side. I don't feel this is the proper way to go at this time. So I would just like to let you know that. And thank you all. Appreciate your participation. I would call for a short break. We'll take 5 minutes.
That one.
Okay, I am reconvening this meeting of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. The time is now 11:57. Next item on our agenda is consideration of supplemental budget and appropriation resolution 22-13.
I guess first I'd just like to say that I'm a little surprised that everybody's left because I really thought that this was for my resolution.
That was the warm-up act.
Yeah, so 2213 is, I guess both these next two are for the jail and the sheriff's office. So one thing that the department overlooked for the budget was separating out overtime for the jail specifically and putting a number to that. So this is just simply subtracting the salaries from $20,000 from the salaries and putting $20,000 in overtime, which is newly created.
It was, so basically what you're saying is it was in the budget, it just didn't have a line item for said overtime.
Yeah, it was handled as we did before, as years prior. This is the first year that we've had a separate overtime line for any of these departments, and that was just one left out. One of them that was left out.
And you believe 20,000 is enough?
And they believe 20,000 is enough.
Okay.
What we did is actually for this one, we took what the first 2 months were and multiplied it by 6, and we're right around in that 18,000. So I do think this is going to be pretty accurate, all things being equal.
I would guess when we look back, the summer months probably be a little higher, but then the slow winter months might be a little lower. So yeah, if they, meaning the sheriff's department, believe 20,000 is enough, I'm good with that. So.
All right, I move that we adopt budget resolution and appropriation resolution 2213 as described by.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to accept or adopt resolution number 22-13 as presented. Any discussion on that?
And when you talk about the general fund, again, I just don't know these account numbers, 51010, that's sheriff's department.
You got here.
So yeah, just to talk on that for a second, there's three groups of numbers, 3 sets of numbers. Those first 2 numbers are the fund. So anything that's a 10 is our general fund.
Got it.
The second group of numbers is our department. So 42-120 is specifically the jail.
Okay. So.
And then 51-011 is specifically overtime.
Okay.
And so that's the number you'll see that's switched or that's changed is for section 2, 51-010 is salaries.
Got it.
So that's how that breaks down.
So those last 4 or 5 numbers really get down to a specific item.
Yep.
The middle number is the department.
Yeah, the lingo is fund, department, object.
Got it. Object, okay.
Yep.
Kind of follows your flow chart you gave us a while ago.
Yeah.
Any other discussion or questions? Those in favor of adopting resolution number 22-13 signify by saying aye.
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 Resolution passes.
Thank you. Next up is 22-14. This one is also for the jail. The reason these 2 came up were because we're starting to meet monthly. They've asked me to be part of their leadership team meeting, and that's been very helpful. So we're able to catch some things like this. So this one specifically was the insurance line items between the county patrol and the county jail just were not budgeted in a way that are reflecting what's actually going on. So again, kind of doing that similar math as far as what's happened these 2 months. I think they were already at like 60% of their insurance as of March, mid-March. So just truly was not correct to where the other side was somewhere around like 2 or 3%. So this is just cleaning that up again too. And I think a lot of this is stemming from that splitting out of the admin, the patrol, and the jail, and trying to keep those departments more accurate and separated. So this specifically is to increase the jail by $31,000 and to subtract $31,000 from the patrol line. So again, zero sum.
I would move that we adopt resolution 22-14, supplemental budget appropriations.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to accept resolution number 22-14. Any more discussion on that?
I do, sir. Question.
Yes, sir.
Mostly for my education. This is to increase a fund for the purpose of accurately reflecting the amount of insurance. That's been happening all along, I'm assuming. Just creating an account to isolate it.
So the accounts existed. The budget for each of those accounts were drastically off.
Okay.
And so this is just changing the budgeted number in order to accurately reflect that. But yes, as time has gone on, insurance is still going into the respective insurances for both the jail and the patrol. It's just one is filling up super quick based on the budgeted number we gave it, and one is not. And so this is making it to where it truly is what's going to reflect at the end of the year against the budget.
And then those dollar amounts from 69,987 back to 38,987. Are those, I know those are general fund dollars, but are those within the sheriff's office budget or not?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So in both cases, so right now the patrol has $69,000 budgeted for insurance, 70,000.
Mm-hmm.
Right now the jail has 7,600. We're just taking money, quote unquote, we're taking budgeted money from the patrol and putting it over to the jail. So yeah, it's
makes sense to me. Thanks.
Not kind of robbing Peter to pay Paul, but Peter and Paul both work at the same place. So.
But we're not robbing general fund to cover something that was never budgeted.
Yeah.
Your key point was their budgeted dollars.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So that when I say zero sum in both of the resolutions, we're not taking any more money out of the fund balance or putting it in there either.
It's correcting bookkeeping.
Yep.
They both have their hand in the same pocket.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. Any other statements, questions, discussion? Okay, hearing none. Those in favor of adopting resolution number 22-14 as presented, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Thank you. And lastly, on the resolution side, 22-15. This is in regards to the landfill expansion fund and the now being created recycling program or recycling department for the county. And so as was previously brought up in another meeting, that there is a resolution that directs all funds coming from recycling fees and commercial use to go into the landfill expansion fund. because that was directed by a resolution, we needed to undo that side of it. And so this resolution is to achieve that end, hopefully.
May I, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm assuming that the key word here in the second whereas is directed all recycling fees. We're wanting to get away from that, correct? Or not? Okay, so that second whereas where it says said resolution directed all recycling fees, we don't want to do that.
Right, exactly.
We've agreed that the commercial charge stays with the landfill expansion, and that the landfill side of recycling metal stays with the landfill. That's another topic. It's not in here, right? But just the big picture.
Yeah.
And then any other recycling revenue will be accounted for under Custer County Recycling.
Right. And so really this is loosening the collar on that, I guess, in that we're not bound exactly to put all recycling fees into it. It's opening it up to truly for the director of finance to direct where that needs to go, which I would argue is that position's duty, instead of necessarily putting that in there to put it in a resolution that this is how it needs to be kept track of, because things do change, that the director of finance be able to account for that where it's most appropriate. And so it just really, I think, gives that duty back takes it away from the resolution and gives it back to the director of finance. And then we're able to
present it and give us options and we can,
right,
you agree or not.
Yep.
So for clarity, because I didn't go pull it up, 20-05, I believe, said that $1 per cubic yard of commercial waste went to the expansion fund.
And I don't recall that.
So. Yeah. And so you don't have a problem with that as a finance director. Okay. And then the landfill has a big roll-off dumpster out there that they collect steel and sell it. That's their recycling effort, along with tires if they sell them, or white goods, refrigerators, whatever. That has nothing to do with Custer County Recycles.
Right.
Moving forward, right? Those are going to be separate items altogether.
Yep.
Okay. After the last meeting, that exact question came up from a volunteer out there to recycle. He said, do I need to stay for this? I said, this is really just financial accounting. But I wanted to make sure that what I thought was going to happen and what I believe we agreed was actually going to be reflected in the accounting as well.
Yep.
Okay. So when you say any revenues produced, I'm on section 2 at the bottom, and direct any revenues produced by the Custer County Recycling Program, you mean Custer County Recycles?
Well, that name didn't exist when this was written, so I would say yes.
Okay. Do you guys get my drift here? Because when Brian sells steel, that's revenue from a recycling program.
And I might argue that that's recycling from the landfill program.
Agreed. Yeah. I agree 100%.
Yeah.
I just...
And that's why you want to have the ability to make the recommendation or to direct it where recycling goes.
Right, exactly.
I would say the intent of this is to address funds taken in where we are paid for the recycling, our whole recycling out of that new building with the baler and 9 yards. And that's,
yeah. And I'm thinking down the road, if you didn't happen to be the finance director, if the landfill sells tires, that's part of a recycling program. It just happens to be landfills. if we really mean Custer County Recycles, the new name for the building side, then I wonder if that's what we should say here instead of recycling.
I think that's a subset of them, don't you, Tom?
Pardon?
We got recycling several different methods, and he's not trying to make Custer County Recycles as the one that's overarching. That's a part of
right.
the subset. So
because then if that name changes again, then we have to come back and revisit it again.
Right. It's just the recycling overall that occurs in Custer County.
And if it ends up existing as a separate department, you know, maybe we do say the Custer County Recycling Department.
Mm-hmm.
At some point. Yeah.
So if you get revenue from Brian for selling steel, mm-hmm. he's going to tell you this has nothing to do with Custer County Recycles, then this gives you authority to direct that into the correct account.
Whatever it is.
Yep.
Okay.
Which I think, you know, because that wasn't necessarily, it's not addressed either way, I guess. And so I guess that's where I would say it would just go as normal. And so if Brian, I'd say that if Brian sells things that are recycled or recycles things, just like if Vernon were to recycle some computer parts or something like that, that revenue would be part of the IT program, the IT department or the landfill department. And so anything, I think the intent, and if we need to change the wording in order to capture that, the intent would be that any direct customer for recycling within the county, that's what this is. That's what this is addressing.
Right. Just doesn't delineate exactly the two entities. And now we're supposed to get that Baylor May 5th, but as soon as they get electricity and get up and running, then I assume Custer County Recycles, the only thing they're going to have in common with landfill is they're in the same property.
Okay. Can I make a comment? You and I talked about, when I told you I sent you that email about the resolution, I think that's exactly right, is if 10 years down the road, you're not here, this is all changed, and they look at something and say, and there's, it doesn't line out for sure what money goes into that recycling, that's where the hiccup comes.
Mm-hmm. That's my concern.
Yeah. Because that resolution that we did a couple of years ago specifically said $1 from the commercial that you guys had raised it $1, so that extra $1 goes in, and then the recycling goes in, and so because then that money can't just be used for anything,
right?
For a rainy day.
Yeah, and that was my concern about where we are 10 years down the road. It's probably clear for you, it's clear as mud to me, because I don't live in that world. Number one, shall create the recycling department. Okay, what does that mean?
That means we have a separate accounting area that is specific to recycling.
Whether it's landfill recycling or
keeping all recycling.
Well, no, it just whatever's happening for this recycling. I guess that's the tough thing is like my throwing away my trash doesn't go into the landfills, doesn't touch the landfill department in any way because that's finance. In fact, it's custodial. So like, you know, I think we're getting too focused on the word recycling and less about what the function is, I guess. Okay. So,
and that's what I said. I'm not sure what the function is. I'm just concerned about the words that 10 years down the road, somebody could say, we're going to direct any revenues into the most applicable account. Mm-hmm. We would hope they would say, well, that was landfill revenue. It goes into the landfill account. Right. And that cardboard, paper, aluminum, and steel cans obviously to us, it's obvious that would go into the Custer County recycles.
Right. Yeah.
And that'll show up in the accounting system.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Okay. But, and I guess the other side of that would be, we don't have resolutions or guidelines regarding really any other department either. So if there's revenue that comes in for another department, it truly is up to Virginia and I to get that to where it needs to go.
Right. Case in point, IT recycles, right? That money should end up in Custer County recycles.
Right. I do think I think where Kelly was going, there is maybe something to be said moving forward, separate from this, that whether that is a procedure that we adopt within the county, but essentially something along the lines of, if a department brings in revenue, that it is used in that department first. To me, that seems kind of commonsensical, but there's nothing that says we have to do that.
Right.
Because
we take IT recycle money and put it in landfill.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Or we could take all the landfill fees and we can use that as revenue towards the sheriff's office. And in some ways we do. It depends on how you slice it, but I guess that might be something just from a sustainability standpoint that, you know, we would never want to punish the landfill for the revenue that they make by taking it and putting it into another program.
Yeah, and the only thing we've done resolution-wise is earmarked $1 per cubic yard. Everything else is open to interpretation.
Yeah.
We hope the interpretation is cleared up when they look at the accounting system and say, well, clearly there's an account for Custer County recycles, there's an account for landfill recycles, and then there would be accounts for IT or whoever. Yeah. So I'm good with that.
I think Road and Bridge, they used to sell their oil. Now they pay for them to come and get it. Yeah. You know, their used oil, or they develop a lot of scrap, and a lot of times they end up towards the end of the year, they go sell that scrap, and then that's what is used for their Christmas party and things of that nature. And that's, I mean, that keeps that ball rolling. So yeah, I don't think the intent of this is to take all that away from them or anything either. So,
and I think that's where we try to, my perspective, where we try to get to is we want guidelines enough to make sure things go where they should, quote unquote, but not so much that we tie the hands of anybody that's in those departments. Right. And then the checks and balances really is that budgeting period where when we're going through that, it's like, well, wait a second, why are we budgeting so much? Why are we budgeting all this revenue here and then all these expenses over here? And I think that's where we really get to start talking about where is this going and hold my office accountable.
You know, kind of as a side note too, Braden, we've got a little issue with the whole recycling creation of this because landfill has funded some of the expenditures for Custer County recycles. I don't know, eventually we can reimburse him for that, for his budget, because his budget's going to have a hole in it. And I hope he tells us, hey, you guys, I spent this money to help out Custer County Recycle. Didn't have a darn thing to do with landfill. So that's down the road a ways. But.
And right now, as far as I'm aware, that's being captured in a recycling object within the landfill department. Okay. And so it will be very easy to, I would say we're not necessarily spending landfill dollars for that. We're capturing the amount that's being spent by the landfill currently. At the end of the day, I would have to check and see how much we budgeted for that, but we would likely have to do another budget resolution saying we need to up that because
I think we're done, but I don't know that. You know, the Custer County Recycles Group is concerned that moving forward, we divorce them from the landfill and handle them totally separate because we're going to, I think 3 of us are going to expect them to be self-sustaining, and the only way they can do that is to know they have their own account and what's going on.
Yeah. So. Yeah. which the way we're building out the accounting system now will be very easy to see, because we'll see recycling revenue total, we'll see recycling expenses total, and very easily come budget time be able to ask those harder questions, or during like a Q1 review where it's all right, you know, you guys are spending twice as much as you're making. Explain that. Yeah.
You know, I have a couple questions for Braden, but they don't pertain to this. So if you're able to stay for a few minutes, I would like to be able to do that.
I figured I'd stick around for the last piece as well. So for the next item,
can't quit.
These chairs are comfy over here.
Okay, better than those benches.
Only you
kind of went
between
into
me and lunch.
Yeah.
We kind of went into discussion and everything on this without having a motion as well. So I would entertain a motion.
I move we adopt resolution, was it 2215?
Second.
Okay, any other discussion on this? Hearing none. Those in favor of adopting resolution number 22-15 as presented, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Thank you.
And did you get the word? That's the name they've settled on, Custer County Recyclables.
Do we have, if I may?
Yes, you may.
Do we have anything that outlines departments specifically within the county other than elected official departments? Do we have any sort of like, this is the landfill and this is what they do, or anything like that?
Not that I'm aware of. That would be in the policies and procedures handbook, and we just don't have it.
Okay. Because I think that would clear up a lot of this, is if we could have something that, even if it's a one-pager, you know,
Department's policy.
yes, the landfill, this is what they do, this is how that takes place, or something along those lines. And then moving forward, there would be I think an official motion to create a new department. And then that would clear up all of this, because we'd always be able to go back to that document and say, this is how that's directed, or this is what that's called. And then we don't have well, what is the recycling?
Right, program? Yeah, CC Recycles needs to have that document.
Right.
Are you trying to move us into the 21st century?
I don't know.
Well, we'll go kicking and screaming.
Yeah, yeah, you might need rug burns.
Yeah, I think yeah, the closest thing I've ever seen to anything like that was more on a personal level, and it was just basically a list of job descriptions and what that entailed on a departmental level.
Okay. I may start thinking on that then, how we move forward with that.
There you go. That works good. Do that in your spare time and bring it to us. There. Okay. Next item is consideration of custodial hours and possible additional staff. I did visit with Stephanie yesterday, as a matter of fact, and on this request, basically she was not requesting her hours to change so much as hours per day. She was wanting to go to a 3-day, so Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday schedule, and working longer hours on those days. Possibly on a temporary basis. At the present time, her husband is still not able to go out and work And I think her concerns stem from the added cost incurred by each time that she has to come in. So that is my conversation with her. So I would throw that out there and ask for comments or observations from you two.
Sure. I had talked with her too the other day. She called. I was sitting in here too. I can't remember. Or she stopped by. One of the two. I guess you and I were in there. Anyway, yeah, that she wants to do it every other day. She thinks that'll keep up with the trash problem, and then she'll be able to do the job. That's debatable. I don't want to make a comment on that one way or the other. She used cost of gas, but cost of gas at 58 cents a mile is not. That shouldn't be a swinger. She had more of an argument was for the good of her husband, who's on some critical medical thing that needs some attention. And she can't do something. That was really the driver. It wasn't that in the end, she couldn't convince me that it was gas that was stopping her, because she turns in the mileage she goes down to the airport on. And if you multiplied it out, it's 22 miles, I think, whatever it is, wherever she starts and goes back to here. And it covered the gas. And we can probably tank her up. We could come up with a program that we use county's gas price, filling up the tank. Maybe if it's strictly for, I don't know, I'm just making it up. But so in the meantime, she does have this real issue about getting in here. Now that brings up the other question we talked about the other day. We got to go, somebody, I think Kelly brought it up. We need a real world-class cleaning done here more often. And that doesn't mean forgetting to do the corners and the bathrooms and the walls and all that. But maybe we don't start that until we repaint. I don't know, and get carpet and all that. So it's a big question that it all evolves into. So what do we want to do with this particular one? It was just allowing her to do 3 hours, 3 days only.
That was her initial request. And then I believe in our discussion the other day when we put this on the agenda, the conversation came up as to whether we needed coverage every day, and do we need more? Do we need to possibly look at putting on someone else?
I think, did I ask you, Dorothy, to check with the departments or somebody to see if the cleaning was adequate or not?
There was, I think, there's mixed.
Some is good, some is bad, but some don't care.
Comments.
Tom, you had something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I got a couple of observations. I agree with Commissioner Kanda. I hope it doesn't boil down to the price of gas, because if it does, then we need to find somebody different. We are reimbursing that. It's not like we're asking anyone to pay that out of their pockets. So I agree. I don't think the gas is not really a relevant part of this conversation. And I would support her going to 3 days a week. But I have a couple concerns about that. One of them involves finance office. That means that she's looking at 7.3 hours per day to get her 20 hours. Sorry, 6.3. No, that's not quite right either. That's only 19, but almost 7 hours a day to get 20 hours. Well, number one, I don't believe that she would come here and work 3 days a week and 7 hours. She might. I'm not trying to condemn her for something, but that means she comes in at 4, she works till 11, and she does that 3 days. I don't think that's realistic myself, when she's been doing that work in 4 hours. So is there going to be an additional 3 hours worth of work done because of the going to a 3-day schedule? And secondly, I firmly believe that county building needs to have custodial work every day, not 3 days a week. I would support moving her to 3 days a week. I won't look at it as a temporary, because the other half of that for me is then I'm going to recommend that we hire somebody else to cover the other days. I don't think it's fair to hire somebody and then come back and say, well, she's ready now to come back to full time. My perspective is if we go to 3 days with Stephanie, we commit to that, and she has to understand that. Whether it's 20 hours or not, that's another discussion, but I think we have to have coverage every day. We can't do an every other day job on this courthouse. I don't have a problem with Stephanie coming in on Saturday or Friday night, Saturday or Sunday. When she does her work, doesn't matter to me, as long as Monday morning we're cleaned up and ready to go. So I will share with this group that there is a county employee who is very interested in picking up 2 or 3 shifts of custodial work. Honestly, she needs the revenue. She needs the income. She has also indicated to me that she would be more than willing to collaborate with Stephanie and cover for her if she needed to be gone. Kind of tag team the thing. She said, I'll do whatever.
You know, it wouldn't hurt to have somebody in reserve because people get sick. Stephanie got sick and we were high and dry.
Our own trash. So, yeah, certainly that could be part of that equation too, not only to cover those other 2-day shifts, but to use her as a backup or an assistant or whatever. I don't know. So,
oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I don't know. I'm assuming we should make a decision about Stephanie's request to go to 3 days first.
If I may, before we do move to that, then, if this is going to involve, I'm hearing that she needs to be fully aware that this would probably not entail more hours, but less days. Does this go to the extent of being a personnel matter that we need to discuss before we move forward with some sort of a motion?
What kind of personnel?
Because if we're going to be negotiating back and forth,
her hours remain the same. It's a matter of whether she can do the work and have time, right?
Well, I'm hearing, what I'm hearing is that we would be able to cut her days back, but not necessarily increase the hours.
Right.
And that we would hire someone else to fill that time frame, which is a different situation than what was brought to us. Is that something that we need to, if we need to discuss with her, is that something that we do as a personnel matter?
Well, let me give you this. And okay. I think she thinks she's not going to increase the hours. For the same amount of hours on different days, she can do the same amount of work. That's the debatable thing.
Right.
That's it. She's not increasing hours, and she's not asking to do less on those days. She's saying I can do exactly the same, get satisfaction from the employees. And she used examples. I'll empty the trash on Saturday and everything will be ready for Monday. And then I'm there on Tuesday, do all the stuff Tuesday. So that Wednesday looks great. And then she said, then on Saturday, so Friday, it's, got some stuff. So that's the debate. And whether we want to really give her that opportunity, it would be up to the departments that are seeing the clean. Kelly's a good, case of that. That's direct hit on you guys. Do you think she could do that or not? She's still got to go to the airport too. She said she'd do that on Saturdays.
And public health.
And public health.
Yeah.
So, well, by my conversation with her, she had said that she would increase her hours on the day she was working so as to not lose any hours. So
it's keeping her hours the same then.
Per week. That's staying at 20 hours.
Right.
And then I was hearing that would not be the case. That's why my question.
Well, I'm not saying it's not the case. I'm asking you guys for your assessment.
Okay.
Do you think it's realistic for her to come in 7 hours a shift for 3 shifts when she's been doing that work before?
So you're right. And the other thing is, even though she thinks she's doing it, like on Tuesday she comes in and the waste paper baskets are full in the bathroom and been clean. Is she going to come in early enough to make them clean for the day and not, interrupted in time? Or is she waiting till the end of the day when you got a double load of trash in the waste paper?
Yeah. And my perspective is back to that
I don't think
Monday and Thursday, right? She wants to come in, no, she wants to come in Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So Monday and Wednesday, I'm sorry, I don't think it's acceptable to let that cleaning and trash, whatever, build up.
That's right, unless she's coming in at 6 in the morning and dumping them first.
Well,
and that would be hard because at the end of the day, the next day it's in the trash bucket for that following day. So
I mean, I know for a fact there's a toilet in this county building that was not cleaned.
Yeah, I do too.
So again, I'm questioning whether we need to keep her at 20 hours to work 3 shifts. And I'm also recommending that we hire somebody else to cover those other 2 shifts so that this building gets cleaned every day. Because people are not satisfied about the cleaning right now. They've made that pretty clear. And we sure can't, in my opinion, can't afford to just go to 3 days a week cleaning it. And I don't look at it, Kevin, as a negotiation thing. I think we make a decision and we move forward.
Yeah.
If it works for her, great. If it doesn't, part of me really believes 3 shifts at 4 hours a shift is significant. If she's not going to like it, she might quit over the deal because obviously she knows what her revenue need is, her income need, and that may not meet it, but.
I was just trying to make sure that we were falling in the proper parameters and not.
I guess that's a clean question.
That would be a clean question, I believe, is on this discussion.
A personnel issue. I mean, as far as an executive session, that's if you're talking about disciplinary action. So it just doesn't.
This is just hiring or extending or shortening the contract.
Right. So it doesn't have to be an executive session.
I just wanted to make sure.
Can I ask Braden a question too before we move into some motion? So you get a timesheet from her.
So that's processed by Dorothy at this point.
Oh, okay.
So I wouldn't say I would be the familiar one with that. We take the timesheet and pay.
But Dorothy's collecting the timesheets. So I guess there's been a question asked directly to me that there was some question as, does she come in every day at 4 o'clock? I was told her timesheet reflects that every day she comes in, it's at 4 p.m. Correct?
Yes.
And
most days, yes.
Yeah. So I guess part of my concern is the accuracy of that timesheet. If she comes in at 4:20, I don't care personally as a commissioner, but the timesheet should reflect 4:20, not 4 o'clock.
Should reflect whatever hours she's actually here.
Right. And to that same vein, I certainly don't believe we're paying her from the time she leaves home. If we are, I'm gonna squall about that. I believe we pay her from the time she gets to work until she quits work. We've never really had that discussion.
And it's from an HR perspective, it's been my experience that it's either one or the other in situations like this. Either you get paid from when you leave home or you get mileage reimbursement. It's not a both.
Yeah.
But you're talking just to the airport, right?
Just in general, like, because
I am too.
And I think I think there might be some places that need to be better detailed, whether that's in a broader policy manual or in this job description, but it's considered reasonable for Kelly and I to drive to work and back, regardless of how far away we live, where we might make an exception for someone else. That leads us into how come they get it and I don't?
Well, there's no company or government agency that reimburses you to drive from home to work.
Right. But it might be from the county building to the airport.
That's what she does. And that's what she charges. And that's what she told me. I don't know how true that is, but it's 22 miles, whatever it was toward the end.
Yeah. Well, there are companies that pay from home to home. County government, in my opinion, is not one of them. I mean, just like you say, we had a gal that lived in
That's true.
Oh, our extension agent lives 75 miles from here. She didn't get paid travel time. Right. She didn't get reimbursed for mileage to get to work.
And the home to home thing kind of came up with COVID nonsense. That's changed things a little bit. But in fact, you go from your point of work to where you got to do your work. If you get sent to Denver, you got to get paid to go to Denver.
Well, I would move that we authorize Stephanie to move to a Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday schedule not to exceed 20 hours.
Qualify with currently her current hours of 20 hours or whatever it is.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's 20 hours now. Not to exceed that. And I would, not in my motion, but I would reserve the right to revisit the hours. I'm not sure seven hours a day is reasonable, but that's my motion, not to exceed 20 hours.
I'll second it. Okay, is she free to come in on an off day if she wanted to? She's not restricted to those 3 days. So if she wanted to split the day, felt good about coming in on Thursday instead of Friday only.
Well, yeah, I mean, the spirit of that motion would be she would definitely work Tuesdays and Thursdays and before Monday morning.
Yeah, and then if she wanted to come in.
But you can't just say, well, I'm not going to work on Tuesday. Well, then our courthouse doesn't get closed.
Right. So as long as she logs her time, it doesn't exceed 20 hours, it could be any day.
No.
We're going to constrict her only to working on those 3 days. That's the question.
My intent was for sure she is here Tuesday and Thursday, and before Monday morning her work is done. Does that make sense? Because I don't want her to say, well, I'm not going to work Tuesday. Well, then our county building doesn't get cleaned on Tuesday, and that's not acceptable. So Tuesday, Thursday, and
yes, those are the days defined. Yeah.
Friday through Sunday or Friday through Monday morning at 8 o'clock, something like that. That's the spirit of it. I don't know that we need that. I think that's all right. Because her request is Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, right?
That is correct.
Yeah. So that's my motion, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. I don't have a problem if she comes in on Sunday.
I don't have a problem if she comes in on Tuesday or Monday either.
Well,
right. I mean, if she wanted to do it and
I'm going to recommend we hire somebody so we know we have Monday and Wednesday covered.
Yeah, eventually. All right.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to change Stephanie's hours or Stephanie's days to Tuesday, Thursday, and at some point before Monday.
From Thursday to some point before Monday morning.
Yes.
Okay.
Not to exceed 20 hours. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Any other discussion on that?
Did we get a second?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Bill second.
I did.
Okay. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Just to muddy the water more.
Muddy it first, will you?
Yeah, I think that kind of where this is heading, it might be something to look at this totally separated. And that instead of keeping this motion, instead it be that we'll have 2 part-time workers and those workers will be scheduled. And so then it's irrespective of the situation, but we can adapt it to the current situation. And then we make sure that everything gets covered. We could talk about hours as a whole, like it's going to take 30 hours to clean all of the buildings every week. And so then we can separate that based on the 2 part-time employees.
So you're saying, let's take Stephanie's request out of the picture. Is 20 hours enough to do a good job of cleaning our building?
Yeah, it would be taking, her specific situation out of the picture, but then introducing a situation that would allow for that.
So which would be 2.
So we get more hours, we'd have to fund it.
Isn't her current job description 24 hours?
Currently, the job description is 20 to 24 hours.
20 to 24. Okay. Yeah. But I was thinking it was 20.
Yeah.
And then
I thought I had that, but I grabbed the combined maintenance custodian position.
So as to your suggestion, would that fall under your office's purview then to take care of scheduling, or where would that fall?
Well, currently it falls under, are you under custodial?
Yes,
yeah,
I am.
So currently I would say that the way it is set up is that you're the manager of the custodial department. And so right now that's how that would fall. I think there's, I'll leave that there.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
yeah. Yeah. So this that Dorothy just gave me, there's just one copy, but that's currently the one that she assigned, and it is 24 hours.
Because we weren't sure when we hired her exactly how many hours it was going to take.
Yeah, this listed as 24 hours per week or less.
And I think she's never ever used all of them. Dorothy, is that right? She's only done it up to 15 or
I'm only looking at 1 month's
oh.
data. I guess I did go back on some, and there's always been days that
she's never had a full week.
Yeah.
Yes. And if, I mean, we could do an audit of what the actual has looked like previously. But I think the bigger discussion is right now, there's the overwhelming sentiment that it's not getting done to the level that we'd like it to. So I think it would probably be better just to say, one, to adapt a checklist that comes from that, because I think that's fairly well defined is what, or at least revisit that and create a checklist that says, all right, this is what's supposed to be done every night, and it can very easily be verified. There could even be a survey that comes from that goes to department heads every once in a while that says, all right, are these things being done to a level that we like, and be able to do an evaluation along those lines. But to be able to start with that and then to say, you know, right now we're just going to say it takes 30 hours and we're going to schedule 2 part-time people up to 30 hours. And then if it doesn't, then we schedule it down to where it's 24 hours, or we schedule it up to where it actually takes 40 hours to clean all the buildings. That would be my alternative way of looking at the situation.
Let's go back to you. Okay.
Well, I think if we vote to do this, we should, and then we can clean up how we want to handle the bigger picture. She's got that request in and going to change the hours right now. We do need to fix it, though. I think we need more hours personally. And I'm not going to hammer on whether she's quality or not. That's irrelevant right now.
Any other thoughts there?
I'm good.
Okay, so I do have a motion on the floor to adapt the hours or the days to Tuesday, Thursday, and sometime between then and Monday, not to exceed 20 hours. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
Point of clarification.
Sir.
So Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. So Thursday night would be cleaned up, ready for business on Friday.
Correct.
And then anytime after close of business on Friday to Monday morning, she's good to go.
Okay.
Okay.
I misspoke that.
No, you probably didn't. I think I misunderstood.
Okay. And so Tuesday, Thursday, and before Monday.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay, so those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And Mr. Chairman, I would move that we hire another part-time custodian to work Tuesdays and Wednesdays, not to exceed 6 hours a day, for a total of 12 hours.
You have someone on Tuesday already?
I'm sorry, Monday and Wednesday. Yeah.
Not to exceed what?
Not to exceed 6 hours per day, 12 hours total. And I say that because maybe 4 hours has not been enough. Up to 6 hours. Yeah. Doesn't have to be 6 hours, up to 6 hours. Because I don't know. Maybe it's going to take more than 4.
Monday and Wednesday
up to 6 hours per shift.
I have a question. Does that exceed the amount of hours that's allotted for that position though? Didn't you say it was 24 that was allotted? Or did I miss something?
Well, that's the ceiling, Reggie. And so that means 6 hours on one day and maybe 2 the next, or the next time, in order to stay within the.
That would ultimately take us to 32 hours.
It most likely would exceed the 24, but that number was for Stephanie only.
Oh, got it. Okay. I thought it was for the position. Sorry, I misunderstood that.
And we gotta get the position beefed up.
Right.
Dorothy on the floor. Hang on one second. I have a motion. Do I have a second on that motion?
I'll second.
Okay. I have a second. I will open it up for discussion. You may speak.
Now we can talk about it.
I think we should consider it on the days that they're doing the health department or the days that they're doing the airport, how long does it take them to do those 2 facilities? Or I heard there was another facility they do as well. So, you know, on those days, they're probably not here as long as we think they are. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think with 24 hours being her ceiling should cover that. Is my thought. If we need to make adjustments, I'm willing to do that or to consider that. And I think Stephanie's position as far as the hours should include extraneous buildings. The second part of my motion was for those 2 shifts to clean the county building, not extraneous buildings. I didn't really make that very clear, but that was my intent.
And are you good with that on your second?
Yep.
Okay.
Certainly willing to revisit it if we need to as time goes on.
Any other discussion? So I do have a motion on the floor to hire an additional custodial person for the day, part-time, for the days of Monday and Wednesday, up to 6 hours per shift. That would be for the county building.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Those in favor? Before I call that vote, I will bring up another subject, rate of pay.
Yeah, it's a great point. I meant to address that and I forgot. We're currently paying our custodial person $17.25 an hour. And I would recommend that salary be assigned to the new part-time position.
1734 is.
Was it 1734? Sorry, I've got it. That's what we wrote it down, actually. Sorry.
Why he paid the big bucks.
I did write it down. It's on another agenda that went into cyberspace. So
technically, it's not a salary; it's an hourly wage.
Thank you, counselor.
Okay, I've earned my money now.
Right.
Yeah. So is that part of your motion?
I would make a friendly amendment to include 1734 an hour.
And you second. Okay. Anything else we need to address before we call this vote? No. Those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. I do have another issue, but it didn't have to come before that vote.
Okay, motion carries.
Thank you. So, as I indicated, I had a person come to me. I don't need to be involved in this. I would like human resources to pursue that. He may or may not be aware of that person's interest. I will make him aware of that if that's okay with you guys, and I'll stay out of it. Fair enough. And you may or may not. I'm fine with if you interview and say, I don't know. I'd support whatever human services wanted, resources how they want to approach it. We've in the past hired internally without going externally. If there was a qualified candidate that was a current employee, is that right? Okay. So I'll share that information with the afternoon.
Yes. Given that there is not a department head per se, would this be a BOCC hiring decision?
No, I don't think so. We could follow your recommendation for lack of better policy. I'm fine with that. You guys?
Right, that's what he has the flexibility.
Very good question though, because
there isn't a department head to do the hiring.
We have gone to that level in the past, and so that's a very good question.
Yeah.
I'd be fine with acting on Braden's recommendation, only because we don't have a better process in place.
Well, it's his job to, like the others, to come up with options for us to consider.
Sure. We'll highlight the HR part of it.
Okay. Sounds good.
Good.
Okay. Any additional items of business?
None here.
I do. I'm starting Canyon at 2 o'clock, so I'm not dragging this out on purpose. We received an email, if I may, sir.
Yes.
We received an email from an elected official about a concern with without getting too deep in the weeds, a concern about the financial accounting, retirement, and the timing of that, and so on and so forth. I've talked to Clint. I would like us to consider an executive session with Braden and Clint to pursue the matter that we were made aware of.
Yeah, it was broad budget financing question.
In the finance thing. So certainly probably not going to be time to do that tomorrow since we have the Board of Health meeting. I'm committed to being Canyon at 2. Can we call an executive session on any given day, or does it need to be attached to a special meeting?
We can do any day you want as long as you give notice.
I'd like to see us address this on Monday the 11th in an executive session for legal advice on financial matters. I'm just throwing that out.
I could do an afternoon. I have an appointment in the morning.
Okay. There's planning commission at 1:30, but that won't affect it. Well, yeah. Yeah. So let's change. How about, gosh, Thursday the 14th? Well, I can do Wednesday in the afternoon.
I'm gone on vacation from 14 through 25 Easter.
Okay.
So we could do it on the 13th after our meeting, BOCC.
Yeah, I'm supposed to be at an Arc Basin Mitigation Zoom meeting, but I'll forego that if we could do it on the 13th.
Okay. So I could do the 13th or the 12th, either one.
I've got an opioid meeting on the 12th.
Okay.
13th. What time do you think, you guys?
After one could be right after the meeting, right? Is there something else we got?
And we're going to be in Wetmore, so
we can come up here for the executive session if we wanted to.
Yeah, or
stay down there.
It's either
are you going to be
driving Wetmore up or him driving down?
So yes, if you're already going to be there, we could do it.
Oh, you are going to be in Wetmore. Oh, then I prefer to do it in Wetmore. Yeah.
I think that would work for me.
I don't think
can we add that an executive session to that meeting on April 13th?
It's always on there.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think we kind of highlight it when we do have it scheduled.
I would
personnel issue, or
I would suggest legal advice on financial matters.
Yeah, that's the way.
Is that fair enough, Clint?
That's fine. Okay.
Okay.
Keeping in mind, I know nothing about.
And I have addressed some of that.
A lawyer.
then I can bring that out at that meeting.
Okay. We need a motion to that effect, or we okay since it's already on the agenda? Okay.
Okay, I have one quick item then before we end this meeting. I didn't bring it up at the beginning. We need to get a couple of dates that will work for our Justice Center workshop. The last one did not work and time is going away.
They're lighting up our emails about that.
Yes, they are.
One, and I'm answering the latest one that's wondering about this. I'm going to send it to everybody. The discussion I put on the calendar was just how do we handle the funds that we've already spent, whether we reimburse it or not.
And that's on the agenda, right?
Yeah, it's on the agenda.
We need to get that dealt with.
It's a simple thing, and I'm going to send that answer out to everybody. And the next one is, do we want to discuss when the workshop ought to be?
Right.
Everybody.
Yeah, I think everybody thought that was a workshop.
Yeah,
I'm wanting to get right now a couple of dates from you gentlemen so I can put that out to the people that were invited to the last workshop and see if one of those dates will work for them.
So I'm good the last week in April.
I'll defer to Commissioner Candace since he's got vacation schedule.
Right, I'm coming back. I'm just that 1 week over Easter where we're out. Coming back on the 25th. So 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
27th, I am committed for an all-day meeting. 29th is our commissioner meeting.
Right. 28.
Okay, April 26th.
26th, and this is for, is it a workshop?
Yes. So we have the 26th, and is that the only date that we have? Are we going to be arbitrary on that, or are we going to give them a couple of dates?
Actually, the 26th, this is kind of screwy because we're flying back in a different time zone.
On that?
Yeah, and it looks like we get in at like.
What about the 28th?
28th is good with me. I need it anytime.
And this is, tell me again, for the Justice Center?
This was the Justice Center workshop. We had it scheduled. No one else besides us three could attend. That's why I was hoping to get a couple of dates to put out there.
Right.
So that they could pick.
28th or the afternoon of the 29th.
Yeah, we can do it.
I think I just grabbed Tom's mouse here.
I'll knock you out, Count.
28th or the 29th afternoon.
Yes.
And the 28th will work anytime during the day for you gentlemen?
Yep.
Yep. Well, yeah, 29th in the afternoon because we have BOCC in the morning.
Yes. Okay, I will put those dates out and try to get that scheduled. That's all I have. Anybody else?
Kevin?
Yes.
Kevin, this is Ann.
Hello,
you can
Ann.
go ahead and put me down that either one of those dates will work for me.
Okay, you'll probably still be included in the email, but
that's fine.
Thank you for that info.
Sure, thank you.
Yeah, I just shot the email to you guys on.
Okay, I will adjourn this meeting at 1:05 p.m.
Thank you. Braden, thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think yeah.